Today's story, The Vanishing Houseboat by Mildred A. Wirt.
Chapter 1.
A Sandwich at Rennie's. "You know, Lou, I've been doing a lot of wondering here of late," remarked Penny Parker to her chum, Louise Seidel. The girls were riding in Penny's mud-splattered blue coupe, otherwise known as the Leaping Lena. At the moment, Lena was bouncing more than usual, for the pavement was bumpy in that section of Riverview. "Wondering what?" inquired Louise, absently brushing a wisp of brown hair from her eyes. "Wondering if maybe there isn't something wrong with me." Penny replied with a grin. "My appetite doesn't seem to be normal." "Oh, why beat about the bush?" countered Louise. "Why not come right out and admit you're hungry again? Or maybe again is the wrong word. I should have said yet." "Well, I could do with a lunch. What about at Rennie's?" "We're close there now. Rennie's would suit me," Louise nodded. "They have perfectly gorgeous sandwiches. Ham and cheese, olives, lettuce, and mayonnaise on a toasted bun. All for 25 cents. "What, no mustard?" Penny laughed. "Well, that sounds good to me. Suppose we try it." She guided the coupe into a rectangle of spaces by the curb and ruefully dropped a nickel into the parking meter. "If we're not back here before the old machine clocks off an hour, I'll get a parking ticket," she warned her chum as they started towards Rennie's Cafe. "We'll have to work fast on those sandwiches." "Oh, your father knows all the policemen in town," Louise said carelessly. "He could get the ticket fixed." "He could, but he wouldn't. You don't know Dad, Louise." Penny liked to believe that her father, Anthony B. Parker, editor and publisher of the Riverview Star, ruled his only daughter with a hand of iron. Actually, he was very indulgent and made few rules, but those few rules he expected her to obey. One of his pet rules was that Penny must live within her weekly allowance, and this she found trying, for Leaping Lena had a persistent habit of running up an expensive repair bill. The girls entered Rennie's, which at the hour of 3 was quite deserted. They sought a booth at the rear of the room and waited for the waitress to bring them a menu. Complacently, Louise studied her reflection in the mirror. She had dark brown eyes and a slight plump oval face. In contrast, Penny was an outright blonde with curls combed back over her shapely ears, bringing well-molded features into prominence. Both girls were dressed very much alike, in white blouses with dark skirts. A waitress in a neat starched green uniform arrived with the water glasses and the menu cards. Penny glanced up in astonishment, for she recognized the girl. "Why, Laura Blair!" she exclaimed. "I didn't know you worked here." "I've only had the job a week," the waitress admitted, speaking in low tones so the proprietor would not hear. Penny studied Laura with interest, reflecting that in the years since the girls had left Riverview High School, she had grown thinner and much older looking. It was plain that things had been going none too well with Laura. Otherwise, she would not have been working as a waitress at Rennie's. "How do you like it here?" Louise questioned curiously. Laura glanced again towards the front of the cafe before she answered in a bitter tone, "I hate it. Mr. Rennie works me every instant of the time, and he's always berating me for mistakes." "Then why don't you leave?" asked Penny. "Couldn't you find other work?" "I doubt it. I tried everywhere before I accepted this position. It seems no one wishes to hire an inexperienced person these days. I should have taken more practice and more practical subjects in school." "You're living with your parents, I suppose," remarked Louise. Laura gave her a queer, strained look. "Didn't you know?" she asked quietly. "My parents were killed in an auto accident just a month after I left Riverview High." "Oh, I'm so sorry," Louise murmured. "We hadn't heard, Laura." "Father always was so careless in his driving. I guess the accident was his fault. I can't tell you about it now. Mr. Rennie's watching. Your orders, please?" "A number 3 special with hot chocolate," Louise said automatically, while Penny added, "Make mine the same." Laura nodded and went quickly through the swinging doors to the kitchen. "No wonder she seems so changed," Louise said, staring at Penny across the table. The news regarding Laura's parents had shocked them both. "If the accident was her father's fault, I suppose not a cent of compensation was paid," Penny commented. "Poor Laura. And I've always heard this was a hard place to work. I don't think Laura is strong enough to be a waitress." "No, she's delicate." Penny frowned and studied the pattern of the inlaid table. Presently Laura returned from the kitchen bearing a tray of sandwiches and chocolate. She handed her burden awkwardly to the girls and saw Mr. Rennie watching disapprovingly from behind the soda fountain, while the girls was easing the tray on a nearby table. He came towards her, saying in a curt tone, "Try to work with more speed, Miss Blair. Our customers expect quick service." "Yes, Mr. Rennie," murmured Laura. She placed a cup of chocolate at Penny's elbow, but nervously set it too close to the edge of the table. A moment later, in reaching across to deposit the plate of sandwiches, her arm brushed against it. Penny saw the cup sliding and tried to rescue it, but in vain. The cup of steaming liquid crashed to the floor, splattering Laura's shoes and uniform. She was not burned, but the chinaware smashed into a dozen pieces. Mr. Rennie descended upon the horror-stricken girl. "You've broken another dish," he said in a quiet but cutting tone. The second this week." I'm terribly sorry," Laura stammered. "It really was my fault, I think," Penny said, determined to take the blame. "My hand probably brushed against the cup." "I saw exactly what happened," Mr. Rennie replied. "Miss Blair, clean up this mess. The cashier will settle with you." "You're discharging me?" the girl gasped. "Oh, Mr. Rennie." "You are through here," the man repeated coldly, "and don't ask me for a recommendation." Laura turned and went slowly to the kitchen. When she came back a moment later with a cloth to wipe up the spilled chocolate, her face was very white. "Don't worry, Laura," Louise whispered encouragingly. "You'll find a better job. Mr. Rennie is an old slave driver anyway." The girl didn't reply. She kept her head bent low as she mopped the floor. "Laura," said Penny, "how long will it take you to change your uniform?" "About 5 minutes." "Then meet us outside as soon as you can. Louise and I would like to talk with you." Laura nodded and returned once more to the kitchen. A minute later, Mr. Rennie brought Penny a fresh cup of chocolate. "I'm sorry you had been annoyed," he apologized in a purring voice. "Is everything quite satisfactory now?" "No, it isn't, Mr. Rennie," Penny returned bluntly. "I don't care for the flavor of your chocolate. In fact, I don't care for the flavor of anything in this place." Having delivered this impertinent, she clicked the 50-cent piece on the table, arose, and walked out of the cafe. Louise hastily followed, but once outside the building, she remonstrated with her chum. "We might at least have eaten the food since we paid for it." "I'd starve before I touch anything at that place, Lou. I'll never set foot in here again, not after the way he acted." The girls returned to the coupe, there to wait the arrival of Laura. Soon she emerged from the cafe wearing a coat and a hat and carrying a paper bundle under her arm. Louise made room for her in the front seat. "It was kind of you to wait," Laura said in a discouraged voice. "May we take you home?" Penny inquired, starting the car. Laura said that she lived at a rooming house on Bancroft Street, and Penny turned the car in that direction. As they threaded through the dense traffic, no one spoke. At last, Louise broke the silence. "Have you any idea what you'll do, Laura?" "I'll try for another job. If I don't get one, then I may starve." "Oh, surely it's not that serious," said Penny. Well, not quite. I have about $25 saved, and if the worst came, I could go to Chicago and live with a cousin, if she'd take me. But Ellen has 4 children and can't afford to help me. Maybe Dad could use you at the newspaper office, Penny said thoughtfully. Can you run a typewriter? Laura shook her head. No, it's more than kind of you, Penny, but we both know I'm not trained for newspaper work. Perhaps you could find a position as companion to someone, suggested Louise, hopefully. You've studied French and music. I'd like such a job, said Laura, smiling. Unfortunately, I can't locate any. I do know of a place where I might find housework. She opened her purse and withdrew a clipping torn from the newspaper's morning edition of the Riverview Star. This sounds fairly good, she remarked, reading the advertisement aloud. Wanted, girl for general housework. Board, room, $5. Apply at the old mansion, White Falls. The pay isn't very high, Penny remarked. No, but with room and board, I'd not have many expenses. However, I can't apply for the place because the bus doesn't run down that way. Mine does, Penny smiled. I'll take you to White Falls if you wish, Laura. Oh, I'd be so grateful. Could you be ready in 15 minutes? Penny asked, glancing at her wristwatch. Yes, it won't take me long to pack my suitcase. That will be just give Lou and me time to tell the folks where we're going, Penny declared. She dropped Laura off at her rooming house on Bancroft, promising to return for her in a few minutes. Then she drove Louise home, and upon gaining Mrs. Seidel's consent for the trip, telephoned her father at the Star office. Go right along, Mr. Parker assured her. What time will you get back from White Falls? Probably not until after dark, Penny returned. Please let Mrs. Weems know I'll not be home for dinner, Dad. Mrs. Weems, the family housekeeper, had cared for the girl since the death of Penelope's mother many, many years ago. I'll tell her, Mr. Parker promised. Drive carefully, Penny. Returning to Bancroft Street, the girls found Laura waiting on the front porch with her suitcase. The luggage was stowed in the rear of the coupe, and they drove out the south road, which led through 15 miles of rolling country to the town of White Falls, located on the Cobalt River. During the ride, Laura was by turns talkative and morose. Finding the girls sympathetic listeners, she told them of her difficulties since graduating from school. Her parents had left her with more debts than money, and after the estate had been settled, nothing was left. She had worked in a 10-cent store and in a cafeteria, but neither position had proven satisfactory. I haven't been very lucky, she declared. It wouldn't surprise me a bit if this housekeeping job is gone before we get to White Falls. Well, I hope not, Penny said cheerfully. Secretly, she was alarmed for the fear they might be delayed by the rainstorm. Angry-looking clouds were scuttling like sailboats across the sky. Presently, she called Louise's attention to them. Oh, the sun is shining, her chum answered carelessly. It won't rain for hours. However, before they had covered 2/3 of the distance to White Falls, the gathering clouds blotted out the last patch of blue. The air cooled rapidly so that Louise rolled up the car windows to protect them from the chilling wind. It was rapidly growing darker, and now and then a vivid flash of lightning cackled across the sky. How fast the storm is rolling up, Laura observed nervously. Will we reach White Falls before it breaks? Not a chance, said Penny. The rain is coming now. From the direction of the Cobalt River, they could see a great white sheet sweeping nearer and nearer. A few drops of rain splattered the windshield, and then the deluge descended. The pavement became a lake, and Penny could not see many feet beyond the headlights. This is a regular cloudburst, she gasped. Maybe we should pull up under the tree, Louise suggested anxiously. You're apt to run off the road. If I stop and shut off the motor, the engine wires may get so wet from the driving rain that we won't be able to get it started again until the storm is over. I believe it's better to keep going." Before the coupe had traveled much further, it became apparent to Penny that her decision had been unwise. The rain was coming down harder every instant. A coughing gasp from the engine warned her that the motor might die at any moment, leaving them stranded in the middle of the road. "We'll have to pull up somewhere," she admitted. "I see a building just ahead," Louise cried, peering through the rain-splattered glass. "It looks like a shed. And the door is open. Or rather, there isn't any door," Penny exclaimed. "A welcome poured in a storm." Without noticing that smoke issued from the rear of the building, she turned the car and drove into the shed. Do, 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 do. Chapter 2. Shelter from the storm. As the car rolled into the building, the girls were startled to hear the loud squawking of a flock of frightened chickens. Too late, they saw that they had not driven into an empty shed, but into one which was very much occupied. A small pig had been pinned in one portion of the room, and tethered to a post was a once white goat. 3 small children in soiled overalls cowered against the wall, one crying in terror at the surprise intrusion of the blue coupe. A woman in a long faded calico dress had been cooking a stew at an oil stove. With spoon in hand, she stared open-mouthed at the girls, while her husband, unshaven, straw hat set back on his head at the rakish angle, slowly came towards the car. "Mercy!" Louise exclaimed under her breath. "Imagine a family living in a place like this." Retreat out of the question, for the engine of the leaping Lena had gone dead, and Penny knew without trying it would not start again until the spark plugs had thoroughly dried. "I surely am sorry to have driven right into your home," she apologized to the man who came over to the running board. "We never dreamed anyone was living here." The ill-kept man gazed at her quizzically, and a half-apologetic grin spread over his face as he replied in a drawl, "This ain't really our home. We just been squatting here since we lost our boat." "Well, at least you have a roof over your head," Penny replied, "and that's not to be sneezed at in the rain like this." The storm gave point to her words as the wind whipped around the building, making it creak in every one of its ancient joints. "It's a right smart downpour," the man acknowledged casually. "Won't you ladies get down and make yourselves at home? Though I reckon them cushions feel softer than whereabouts we got to set." Penny assured him that they would be glad to accept his hospitality, and the 3 girls climbed from the coupe, soon to be confronted by the entire Gates family. There was Ma Gates, from behind whose wide skirt the heads of 2 little Gates peered fearsomely, Jed, who might have been 10 or 12, and old Joe Gates, the father, variously known as Rusty Gates and Mudcat Joe. "We're river people," the man informed, "and we're plumb off of our beat a-livin' in a cow barn. We ain't naturally that kind of folk." "What happened?" Penny asked. "Where did you formerly live?" "On the old Houseboat," Mudcat Joe replied, jerking a scrawny finger towards the rear of the shed. "The river runs right along back of this building." "Do you work on the Cobalt?" Penny inquired. "Work?" Joe repeated. "No, ma'am. We lived on the river in a houseboat, but we think some bad men stole it." This later contribution came from Jed, the oldest boy, who now ventured forth. "Yep, Jed is right," his father said. "We had the slick little shanty boat that ever stuck on a sandbar. We tied her to the bank over there to do some trading. When we got back All we had left was a raft. Someone had cut the rope and gone off downriver with our boat. So we moved in here, us and the pigs and the chickens." "Pigs on a houseboat?" Louise said, unable to hide her astonishment. "I never heard of that before." "Oh, us river folks have all pigs. That is, all except them that's too shiftless or ornery to put them up. But we packed 'em around on the raft, not right in where we lived." "But how do you live in a place like this?" Penny insisted. "Why, there isn't even a place to cook." "That's where you're wrong," Mudcat Joe said proudly. "Jenny showed 'em your cooking truck." Mrs. Gates led the way to the back of the shed, pointing to a rusty old iron cook stove whose pipe protruded from a large hole in a low roof. "She draws like a house afire," Joe announced. "Ain't it so, Jenny?" "It ain't bad," Jenny said in a speech which was long for her. "Jenny is the best corn pone baker on the river," Joe added. "And her catfish, she bakes 'em so that they melt in a man's mouth." "When we kin get 'em," Jenny remarked. "We ain't had much victuals since the river cream was stolen." Mudcat Joe was rueful. "You can't catch many fish from the shore, and the hens don't lay good when they ain't on the river." "And the kids in the nigh naked," Jenny added, her face troubled. "Yep, their clothes was all on the boat," Joe agreed. "Time is bad, but I allows I'll build up another boat right soon if the skunk that took the queen don't bring her back. There's right smart timber in this here shed." As Mudcat Joe spoke, he ran an appraising eye over the dilapidated shelter above his head. Today it was only a shed. Tomorrow it might be a brand new shanty boat, housing in comparative comfort Jenny and Joe and their little brood. Louise and Laura watched for a chance to excuse themselves and climb back into the coop, waiting for the rain to cease. Penny preferred to talk with Jed and the two smaller children. Petey and Susie. She noted the articles of clothing which they had needed and made up in her mind that she would try to find suitable garments for them after she returned home. Mudcat Joe proudly offered her the one good chair in the room, which he explained had come floating on down the river only that morning. He chatted at great length about the River Queen, telling her how he had searched everywhere along the shore for the missing houseboat, but had been unable to find a trace of it. "What does your boat look like?" Penny inquired curiously. "Oh, there ain't another like her," Mudcat Joe answered. "She looks like a pretty little box a-settin' on a raft. She has a smoke pipe a-comin' out of her middle that ain't painted green, and her sides is covered with tar paper. Inside she has 2 rooms, the settin' and the sleepin' rooms, and the eatin' room. The settin' room is papered real pretty with sheets we took out of the mail order book." "There was petunias growing in a box on the porch," added Jenny. "That boat sure was a daisy," Mudcat Joe sighed. "Best on the river, but she's done vanished." In a short while the sun peeped out between the 2 scudding thunderheads. The rain fell in fitful splatters and finally stopped altogether. The girls decided to continue their journey. Penny stepped on the starter and gave a sigh of relief when the leaping Lena decided to run. The Gates family gathered around the coop to bid the girls goodbye. "Thank you for giving us shelter," Penny said to Mudcat Joe. "You're right welcome, miss." "Where are you all going now?" "Down to White Falls, if the car is willing." "Is it far from here?" 2 miles by river. Reckon it's quite a spell farther by way you're going." As Penny was starting to shift gears, Mudcat thought of something more he wished to say. He crowded close, shouting above the roar of the engine. "Say, If you see anything that looks like the River Queen down that way, I'd be obliged if you'd let me know. We need that boat back mighty bad. We'll keep an eye out for it," Penny promised. With the Gates family waving goodbye, she backed from the shed to the road. The pavement was wet and slippery, but already the sun had struggled through the clouds. "Well, that was an experience," exclaimed Louise when they were well on their way towards White Falls. "You don't have a way of getting into the strangest places, Penny, such as Osandra's seance parlor, for example." "Osandra's seance parlor?" repeated Laura, deeply puzzled. "Oh, just one of Penny's many adventures," Louise chuckled. "Don't tell me you didn't read about it in the newspaper." "I'm afraid I didn't." "Well, everyone else in Riverview and the surrounding territory saw the account," Louise went on. "Penny had a signed story in the paper entitled Tale of the Witch Doll, which was played up on the front page." "I must be dumb," Laura confessed. "I still don't understand." "It's too long a story to tell in full detail," Louise replied. "Penny had a little spare time, so she went out and solved a mystery about a weird-looking witch doll. I shiver yet when I think of it. Incidentally, she saved the life of the great Osandra and aided in the capture of an escaped convict." "Don't forget the reward," Penny added. "I suppose you had no part in all the excitement, Lou." Not worth mentioning. Say, why don't you devote your talents to Mudcat Joe's cause? He'd appreciate it." "You mean the Vanishing Houseboat?" Penny inquired, slowing the car to avoid a hard bump. "Well, that's an idea. I can't understand how anyone would be so low as to steal from such poverty-stricken people." "Oh, the boat may have just been floating down on the river," Louise answered. "Mudcat said that the rope had been cut." "That's so. Well, Penny, perhaps we can solve the mystery of what became of the Vanishing Houseboat." "I'm afraid it doesn't interest me deeply," Penny replied. "I do mean to take the Gates family food and clothing, and they should have a better place to live. That old shed must be freezing cold at night." By the time the girls had reached White Falls, a small town of perhaps 1,000 inhabitants, due to its location on the Cobalt River, the community had once been prosperous, but now many old dwellings were deserted, and the entire place had a sleepy, "we've seen better days" appearance. "Well, we're here," said Penny, parking the car in front of the restaurant at the edge of the business section. "I wonder where we'll find the old mansion." "The advertisement gave no address," contributed Laura. "I'll run into the cafe and inquire," Penny offered. She returned in a moment, but did not climb back into the car. She stopped at the right place, girls. Old mansion is next door." "Next door?" Laura exclaimed, turning to stare at a row of buildings. "You don't mean that old house jammed in between the cafe and the Chinese laundry?" "I'm afraid that's the place, all right." "It's so run down," said Laura. "There's no yard, and the rear of the building borders directly on the river. How could they call it a mansion?" "Someone did have plenty of imagination," Penny agreed. "But then, I judge the house has seen better days. That laundry, for instance, appears to have been built quite recently. I wouldn't apply for the position if I were you, Laura," added Louise. "No," added Penny. "If you don't care for the look of it, we'll simply drive back." Laura stared again at the shabby wooden building whose sagging porch fronted the street, and after an obvious struggle within herself, she determinedly said, "No, it's probably all right inside. Anyway, I'm desperate for a job. If the place is still open, I'll take it." She stepped from the car and started towards the house, walking slightly ahead of her friends. "Wait a moment, Louise," Penny said quietly. "I have to lock the car." She fumbled with the key, and then, when Laura was beyond hearing, said in an undertone, "Louise, I don't know what to do. There's something I should tell Laura, and yet I'm afraid it will upset her." Louise glanced at her chum in astonishment. "About the old mansion?" she asked. "Yes. A strange thing happened. When I asked the cafe owner to direct me to the place, he gave me the queerest look. 'The house is next door,' he said. 'But take my advice and don't spend a night there.'" Do, 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 do. Chapter 3. A cafe's owner's warning. "Didn't you ask the man what he meant?" Louise inquired, taken aback by Penny's disclosure. "Certainly I did, Lou. He merely shrugged and said it was his opinion I'd not like the place." "Then he meant nothing after all?" "I'm not sure," Penny said slowly. "Perhaps he started to tell me something and changed his mind. Anyway, the question is, shall I tell Laura?" "She'll never take the job if you do." "That's what I figured. Of course, if the place is undesirable, we wouldn't wish her to have it." "Why not wait until we learn the outcome of the interview?" "Perhaps that would be wise," Penny agreed. Laura had paused to wait for her two friends, so the girls quickly overtook her. "Shall we wait outside or go inside with you?" Penny inquired. "You don't mind coming along?" Laura said timidly. "Not in the least. I wish you would. I dread interviewing with strangers." The three girls led themselves through a dirty picket fence and made their way to the porch. A card in the front window, bearing the words "Tourist Rooms," caused Penny to remark that Laura would find plenty of work to do in the house which catered to transients. Louise rang the doorbell, and in a moment a lean woman with frowsy hair scorched from a curling iron came to the door. She had a sharp, angular face and a large nose which drew attention away from her other imperfect features. "Well?" she inquired, a note of impatience in her voice. When Laura became confused and could not answer, Penny replied that they were there in response to the advertisement inserted in the Riverview Star. "Come in," the woman invited, scrutinizing each of the girls in turn. "You're not from White Falls, are you?" "No, we live in Riverview," Penny replied easily. "I'd rather have a girl from somewhere besides White Falls," the woman announced. "But I warn you, the work is hard. There's scrubbing and washing and ironing to do. You look rather young to me." "Oh, I'm not applying for the position," Penny said hastily. Laura Blair is the one who's interested." "Your name is?" "Mrs. Anna Comstock," replied the woman, turning to gaze at Laura. She frowned disapprovingly. "You're not very strong, are you?" "I've never been afraid of hard work," faltered Laura. "Well, I don't know," Miss Comstock said doubtfully. "Laura has considerable experience in cafeterias and restaurants," said Penny. "I'm sure you'll find her both capable and willing." "I might take you on trial basis," the woman told Laura. "You'll start in at $4 a week, board and room." "But the advertisement said $5, Laura protested. $4, take it or leave it. Later, if you're a hard worker and know how to mind your business, maybe I can raise you to $5. Laura glanced despairingly at Louise and Penny, and, ignoring their signals, said in a subdued voice, "I guess I'll take it." "Then get into your work clothes right away," ordered Mrs. Comstock briskly. "I'm in the middle of a big ironing. You can take over while I do my grocery buying." Before Laura could reply, footsteps were heard in the hallway. A short, pudgy man with alert, darting eyes entered the parlor. He glanced sharply at the girls. "Who are they, Anna?" he asked rudely. "The new housemaid and some of her friends," his wife replied. "We'll help you bring in your luggage, Laura," Penny said quickly. She and Louise carried the heavy suitcases to an upstairs room which Miss Comstock assigned to Laura. It was a plainly furnished chamber with an ugly wall and an uncomfortable bed. "Laura, do you think you really wish to stay?" Penny inquired. "If I'm a judge of character, Mrs. Comstock will prove to be a hard taskmaster." "Oh, I expect it, but I'll stick it out for a few weeks anyway." Penny glanced at Louise, wondering again if she should tell Laura what the cafe owner had said about the old mansion. Before she could speak, Mrs. Comstock's voice was heard from the foot of the stairway. "Hurry and change your clothes. Miss Blair," she called, "I want to get started at the ironing." "I'll be right down," Laura promised. She changed her shoes and dress, and then, leaving Penny and Louise to unpack the suitcase for her, ran down to the kitchen. "I believe we should wait around for an hour or so," declared Penny to her chum. "Laura may change her mind and decide to return with us." "Yes, I agree, Louise. Miss Comstock is starting out like a slave driver. It looks as if poor Laura will not have much free time for herself." "I didn't care for her husband either," announced Penny. "He acted so suspicious of us." "Just his rude way, I imagine." They had finished hanging Laura's garments in the closet when Louise, who chanced to be near a window, noticed Mrs. Comstock going down the street, market basket in her arm. Feeling that the coast was clear, the two girls ran to the kitchen to talk with Laura. They discovered her hard at work at a huge basket of ironing. The sink was filled with overflowing with dirty dishes. "I know I'll never make good here," Laura said anxiously. "Mrs. Comstock expects me to finish the ironing, do the scrubbing, and the dishes before supper time. I can't possibly get half of it done." "I should think not," exclaimed Penny indignantly. "Mrs. Comstock should employ an octopus, not a mere human being." There's the dusting to do too," Laura added. "We'll help you," Louise declared. "I'll start in on the dishes. I wonder where old Comstock keeps her soap chips." "Don't bother to look for them," advised Penny. "You might know a woman of her frugal character wouldn't squander money on soap." She found a dustcloth in the cellar, and while Louise devoted herself to the dishes, began an energetic attack on the furniture. It was a tedious task, for the large room was crowded with massive pieces of bric-a-brac, and upon each wall hung countless numbers of paintings and portraits in heavy frames. "Good afternoon, General," clowned Penny, making a mock bow before the picture of an ancient warlord. "What a scowling old fellow you are! The Comstock temperament, no doubt. Would his generalship like to have his face wiped?" As she dusted the painting, it occurred to her to wonder how Mr. and Mrs. Comstock had chanced to have so many. If the portraits had been done by worthwhile artists, she knew they must represent a fairly large sum of money. Yet the Comstocks had not impressed her as persons of interest in art. Doubtlessly, the pictures and the massive furniture had been handed down by more prosperous relatives. Penny dusted the lower floor and then went back to the kitchen, where she wiped the dishes for Louise. Laura worked doggedly at the ironing, but the pile of clothes in the basket melted slowly. "I'll never get through before dinner time," she declared nervously, glancing at the clock. "Mrs. Comstock is due back here any minute." "Why kill yourself trying?" demanded Penny. "The more I see of the place, the less I like it. I'd like to make a good impression, but these clothes are so hard to iron. They are wrinkled and dry." Laura reached upon the shelf above the ironing board for a sprinkling glass which stood there. Her arm brushed against the bottle of bluing left uncorked by Mrs. Comstock. Before Laura could prevent the disaster, the bottle upset and tumbled down on the ironing board. An ugly blue stain spread slowly over her white shirt. "Oh, what have I done now?" Laura cried in dismay. "I've ruined one of Mr. Comstock's shirts. Now I'm certain to lose my job." Do, 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 do. Chapter 4. The Blue Stain. While Penny ran for a cloth to wipe up the spot on the linoleum, Laura plunged the shirt into a pan of cold water under the spigot of the sink. Only part of the stain was coming out. She wailed, "What shall I do?" "Let it soak for a while," Louise suggested. "Perhaps Mrs. Comstock has some stain remover fluid in the house," Penny added. She searched through the cupboards and the shelves by the cellarway, but could find nothing which would serve the purpose. Anxiously, the girls inspected the shirt. "Well, it's not coming out," Laura said. "I may as well start packing my things." "Mrs. Comstock might not say anything about it," Louise ventured. "She'll say plenty," Laura replied grimly. "Oh, why must I be so awkward? It seems luck is just against me." "I have an idea," Penny cried unexpectedly. "Remember that Chinese laundry next door, Lou? Well, we'll take the shirt over there and see if the laundryman can remove the stain." "He'll never make it back in time," Laura protested. "Maybe we will," Penny insisted. "Anyway, there's nothing to lose in trying. You keep on with this stupid ironing, Laura, while Louise and I see what they can do. If Mrs. Comstock returns ahead of us, we'll try to smuggle the shirt into the basket without her seeing it." Wrapping the stained garment in an old newspaper, the girls made their way to the laundry next door. It was a fairly new 2-story building which stood so close to the mansion that at one point the walls actually seemed to touch. At the rear, a porch very similar to the one built on the ancient house extended close to the river, and at high water time, water easily could swish against the high supporting post. Penny and Louise entered the laundry and waited for the proprietor to come back to the room. Sing Lee was a squatty little man with a yellow, mask-like face whose slippers made no sound as he padded towards them. "Missy wish washing to be done?" he asked politely. "Yes, we have some rather special items here," Penny said, unwrapping the shirt. "Bluing was spilt on this garment. Can you remove the stain?" The Chinese man peered at the shirt for a moment. "Very bad stain," he remarked, "but Sing Lee will make it come out." "Missy come back tomorrow, maybe?" "Tomorrow?" Penny exclaimed. "Oh, this is a rush order. We'll have to have it right away, say in 15 minutes. The Chinese man shook his head and thrust the shirt back into her hand. "You wouldn't need to iron it," she urged. "Just remove the stain for us. That shouldn't take very long." The laundryman hesitated. "Sing Lee, get the blue spot out from the shirt if you pay $1. Penny was taken aback at the exorbitant demand, but she reluctantly agreed to the terms. Sing Lee vanished into the rear room, and the girl sat down on the bench to wait. "Ugly little fellow, isn't he?" Louise whispered. "I hope he does a good job on that shirt." Penny had been surveying the room, staring with interest at an object which hung on the wall directly above the bench. "Did you notice what you're sitting under, Lou?" she inquired. Louise glanced up and with a little cry of alarm sprang to her feet. A heavy silver sword with an intricately molded handle and a wicked-looking blade had been suspended over her head. "Oh, it won't bite you," Penny laughed. "It might if it decapitated me if it would fall," Louise retorted. "You don't catch me sitting under such a thing like that." She arose and remained standing until Sing Lee returned with the shirt. Inspecting it to make certain the stain had been removed, Penny gave the proprietor the sum he had demanded. "You don't live in White Falls?" he inquired, pocketing the dollar bill. "We're from Riverview," Penny explained. "Just at the moment we're staying next door." "Maybe you stay at the old mansion tonight?" Sing Lee asked softly. "No, we're merely here with a friend," Penny answered shortly. She had not cared to reply to so many personal questions. The girls carried the shirt back to the house next door, taking care to enter the kitchen quietly. There was no sign of Mrs. Comstock, or for that matter of Laura. The ironing had been stacked neatly on the kitchen table. "I suppose she's working upstairs," Louise said. "I'll finish this shirt before Mrs. Comstock drops in on us." She neatly pressed the garment and folded it, laid it with the other shirts. There, she declared in satisfaction. Mrs. Comstock will have keen eyesight if she discovers anything's wrong. Scarcely were the words spoken when the girls were startled to hear a piercing scream from one of the upstairs rooms. "That was Laura's voice," Penny exclaimed. They darted up the circular staircase, two at a time, wondering what latest misfortune had come upon their friend. Laura's room was empty. However, as Penny and Louise were looking about in bewilderment, the door of room number 7 opened, and the girl came out into the hall. Her face was white, the pupils of her eyes dilated with fear. "Why, what's the matter?" Laura asked Penny. "That room," Laura whispered. "Those paintings." Louise and Penny opened the door and glanced inside the room. It was a large chamber with a massive 4-poster walnut bed, dresser, the usual chair. Heavy red draperies hung at the window, one of which overlooked the river directly beneath. On the east wall were 4 portraits done in oil and hung in massive gilt frames. The figures were very nearly life-size, the faces depressing. "It is pretty awful," Penny said. "But what made you scream, Laura?" "That painting on the wall," Laura whispered in awe. "The portrait of a man with the red velvet hat. I was dusting—" She broke off suddenly as the girls heard a door slam downstairs. "Mrs. Comstock," Laura finished excitedly. "She mustn't find us here." Quickly the girls fled from the room, closing the door after them. Laura busied herself dusting the stairwell just as Mrs. Comstock appeared. "Huh," the woman commented. "I must say you've done better than I expected. Never mind the rest of the dusting. Get downstairs to start dinner." "Yes, Mrs. Comstock," Laura replied. Penny noticed that as the girl descended the stairway, her hands were shaking and she gripped the railing for support. "I suppose we should be starting for home, Lou," Penny remarked. "We have a long drive ahead of us." Laura halted and turned an appealing face towards her friends. "Can't you wait just a little longer?" she replied. Instantly divining that Laura needed their companionship and moral support, the girls generously agreed that they would remain for a time. The decision seemed displeasing to Mrs. Comstock, who obviously considered them as intruders in the house. However, she refrained from her comment. "Gus and I shall expect dinner promptly at 6:30, she told Laura. "You'll find the makings of a hash in the ice chest, and there are turnips to be cooked, and you might make a rice pudding for dessert." Taking the evening paper, she disappeared into the parlor, and the 3 girls were left alone. They retired to the kitchen, carefully closing the door. "She didn't even notice the shirt," Laura exclaimed in relief. "No," Penny agreed. "Sing Lee next door did a good job for removing the stain. But Laura, I think you should decide to return with us to Riverview." "I'd like to," said Laura, sinking down into a chair. She appeared to waver and then added determinedly, "No, I'll not be so silly. I'll stick it out even after what happened up there in room number 7. "What did happen?" Penny asked quickly. What did you start to tell us just as Miss Comstock appeared?" "Sounds rather ridiculous now," Laura whispered. "Yet it's true, I swear it." "Something about the painting," Penny urged. "I was dusting the bed," Laura said in a low tone. "All the time I felt so uncomfortable. I can't explain the sensation." "Yes," Penny nodded. "The room gave me the same feeling. Suddenly I glanced towards that painting. The man with the red velvet cap." Laura's voice dropped still lower, and she shivered. "His eyes were looking straight at me." "And was that when you screamed?" "No," replied Laura. "I cried out in terror when I saw those terrible eyes move." Do, 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 do.
Chapter 5.
A terrifying portrait. Penny and Louise regarded their friend with undisguised skepticism. They understood that Laura was tired and nervous, and her overwrought condition, it would be easy to imagine she had seen eyes of a painting actually move. "I can tell you don't believe me," the girl said, "but it's true." "The bedroom was quite dark when you were in there," Penny remarked soothingly. "You probably were mistaken, Laura." Then I must be losing my mind. Those horrible eyes blinked and moved sideways in their sockets. I saw it. Laura, said Louise firmly, this is no place for you. Come on back to Riverview with us. No, I shall stay. Perhaps I did get excited. Laura averted her face, feeling that she had made herself appear ridiculous in the eyes of her friends. The paintings in this house are the most ghastly things I've ever seen, Penny declared. But I imagine one could get used to them after a few days. Laura, would it make you feel more comfortable if Louise and I stayed with you tonight? Why, yes, of course, only I'd not ask you to do it, and Mrs. Comstock might object. We could pay for our room. Since she takes tourists, I don't see why she should object to us. Louise, would your folks mind if you stayed? I don't know. I'd have to telephone. So would I, but I'm certain Dad won't mind. Suppose we talk with Mrs. Comstock now. The girls went towards the parlor, intending to speak with the mistress of the house. Hearing voices within, they hesitated upon the threshold. Mrs. Comstock, her back turned, was talking in low, tense tones to her husband. I'll tell you, I'll not send that girl away, she said angrily. She's a good worker, and I'm tuckered out trying to keep up with this big place and take in tourists. It's dangerous to have anyone here, and you know it, Anna, the man retorted. Do you want us to get in trouble? He broke off abruptly, having noticed Louise and Penny in the doorway. The girls apologized for the intrusion and mentioned their wish to remain for the night. Mrs. Comstock frowned and started to refuse, but before she could speak, Penny interposed hastily. We expect to pay for our room, of course. What do you think, Gus? The woman asked, turning to her husband. Might as well pick up $1 or $2 wherever we can, he muttered. I'll get the register, and you girls better sign in like regular overnight guests. There's state regulations, you know. It'll be $2 in advance. Penny paid the fee, for Louise had little money with her. In signing the register, she noticed that the last guest who had spent the night at the old mansion had been a man by the name of J.D. Merriman from Chicago, assigned to room number 7. Where's your luggage? Asked Mr. Comstock. We brought none with us, Louise explained. You see, we had no thought of remaining. Well, I guess it'll be all right, though we don't usually take folks without luggage, the man said. I'll let you have room number 7. No, Gus, cried Mrs. Comstock sharply. Not that room. Mr. Comstock glanced angrily at his wife. Room 7 hasn't been dusted, the woman stammered. Put them in number 10. They'll like that much better. Why can't we share Laura's room? Inquired Louise. I'm sure she wouldn't mind. It would save bed linen, Mrs. Comstock agreed quickly. Gus Comstock acted none too pleased with the arrangement, but he refrained from further comment. Will you take dinner here? Mrs. Comstock inquired. That'll be 50 cents apiece. No, we thought we'd go next door to the cafe, Penny replied, without consulting Louise. The prospect of hash and rice pudding held no lure, and besides, she did not wish to make Laura have extra work. Lamvar keeps a mighty poor table, Mr. Comstock said despairingly. You won't like it, in my opinion. Well, we'll see, responded Penny, unmoved. Returning to the kitchen to tell Laura that the Comstocks had agreed they might remain, the girls found her toiling over a hot stove. I'm glad you've decided to stay, Laura declared. Of course you may share my room. I'll not feel so lonesome with company. Leaving the girl to serve supper, Penny and Louise started towards the cafe which adjoined the mansion on the left. They paused for a moment to stare at the dark river which flowed in a swift, steady stream close to the door. I can't imagine who would lay out a street in such a fashion, Louise remarked. All these buildings are dangerously near the water. I imagine they were built further back, Penny returned. Probably the river has cut into the bank as the years went by. One of these days I imagine everything will topple into the water. It wouldn't be a very great loss, Penny replied. As far as I'm concerned, Mr. Gus Comstock and his wife can be perched on the roof when old mansion swims off. They are very unpleasant, that pair. Did you hear what they were saying, Penny, when we came into the parlor? Yes, it puzzled me. Why should Mr. Comstock consider it dangerous for Laura to remain here? And he acted so queer about that room. I was tempted to insist upon sleeping there despite Mrs. Comstock's protest. I'm glad you didn't, Penny. I haven't any overpowering desire to spend the night in a room with portraits that have eyes that roll back and forth and cut capers at you. Oh, that part must be nonsense, Lou. Yes, Laura was excited. Louise agreed. So many things happened here today, she didn't know what she was doing. Still, it's very strange Mrs. Comstock was so set against us having that room. She acted almost as if she were afraid of something. She said that it hadn't been dusted. Oh, that was only an excuse, Lou. Mr. Comstock seemed to understand what his wife meant, for he let the matter drop. Another odd thing. You remember the cafe owner dropped a hint about the mansion? He said to take his advice and not spend the night here. And we're planning to do just the opposite, Louise exclaimed. I had forgotten all about it. That was one reason why I especially wished to stay, Penny confessed with a chuckle. Well, shall we have our supper and telephone home? Perhaps while we're in the cafe, I can induce Lemvar to elaborate upon his original warning. The cafe was entirely deserted when the girls entered. They asked to use the telephone and placed long-distance calls to their homes in Riverview. Both girls received permission to spend the night at White Falls. Penny noticed that the proprietor, Lemvar, listened closely to the conversation, and as he served them a little later at one of the white tables, he commented upon their decision to remain at the mansion. So you decided to stay after all, he inquired. Yes, it would take us a long while to drive back to Riverview tonight, Penny answered. Don't you think we'll like the place? Lemvar did not answer, but hastily went to the kitchen. Soon he reappeared, bearing a tray laden with food. Despite Gus Comstock's predictions, the dishes were tasty and well prepared. The proprietor loitered nearby while the girls ate their food, and Penny saw him gazing at them with troubled eyes. Several times he seemed upon the verge of speaking. Finally she said again, in a conversational tone, So you don't think we'll like the mansion? The man came near the table and lowered his voice. You wouldn't catch me staying there, he said. Not on your life. Why? Questioned Penny. Well, returned the proprietor's voice significantly, something might happen. What room are you staying in? I'm not certain, replied Penny, astonished by the question. Is it on the south side of the building? No, on the street side. Then that's not so bad, the man said in relief. You had me good and scared for a minute. Just what is wrong with the place? Demanded Louise impatiently. Is it supposed to be haunted? Nothing like that, the man muttered. I shouldn't be telling you all of this. If you feel we might be in any danger, it's your duty, said Penny quietly. Has all this mystery anything to do with room number 7? The man gave her a quick, quizzical glance. That's it, he said. I'll tell you. His voice trailed off, and he began to gather up the dishes on the table. Glancing towards the door, Penny and Louise saw that Gus Comstock had noiselessly entered the cafe and was regarding Lemvar with an expression of deep suspicion. Da 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 da.
Chapter 6.
Room 7. The cafe proprietor hastily disappeared into the kitchen with a tray of dishes, and to the annoyance of Penny and Louise, Gus Comstock loitered near their table. He picked up a newspaper and pretended to read it, but they could see that he was covertly watching them. He deliberately trailed us over here, Louise whispered. Penny nodded and did not risk making a reply, for she knew Gus's ears might be sharp. There was no question in her mind that the man had tried to discourage them from dining at the cafe, and failing, had followed to learn what transpired. His facial expression had disclosed his distrust of Lemvar. The girls tarried over their dinner as long as possible, but it soon became evident that Gus Comstock intended to outstay them. Convinced they could hope to acquire no more further information from the cafe owner under such conditions, they paid their small bill and left. As the screen door slammed behind them, they heard Gus's voice raise angrily. "Up to your old tricks, eh, Lem?" he demanded. "I don't know what you're talking about," the other man returned. "Oh, yes, you do. I heard what you were telling those girls. You're trying to ruin our tourist business. That's what you're doing." "It ought to be ruined," he retorted. "Let me tell you something," Gus snapped. "You tend to your own business and let me tend to mine. Get me? If you don't..." The girls did not catch the remainder of the threat, for the man's voice dropped to a low tone. Turning, they walked slowly towards the river. "Well, we learned very little after all," Louise remarked in disappointment. "I wonder what Lem intended to tell us." "I mean to go back there when the coast is clear and question him," Penny declared. "It's evident Lem and Gus are enemies, but even so, it strikes me that something is decidedly wrong at the old mansion. Otherwise, Gus wouldn't be so afraid of the cafe owner spreading gossip. All the mystery seems to center around room 7. "Yes," Penny nodded. "I'd like to take another glance at that place, but I suppose it's impossible. Mrs. Comstock will be on her guard. I feel uneasy about Laura remaining here under the circumstances." "Oh, I don't imagine there is any cause for real harm," returned Penny. "Anyway, we'll try to talk with Lemvar before we leave tomorrow." Cloaked by gathering dusk, the girls stood for a moment watching the dark swirling waters of the Cobalt River. As a motorboat laboriously plied its way upstream, tiny wavelets pounded against the stone supports of the old mansion. Along the far shore they noticed several houseboats, which had been tied up in sheltered coves. "All houseboats look just about alike to me," Louise remarked. "I'd be unable to recognize Mudcat's property if it came floating right before my eyes." "I fear Mudcat will never see his river queen again," Penny replied. "A pity, too." The evening air had grown cold, so the girls walked back to the mansion, entering by the kitchen door. They found Laura washing dishes and immediately lent her a hand to help. "I'm tired enough to drop," the girl confessed, when the last pan had been scoured. "If you don't mind, I'll go to bed." "Let's all turn in," suggested Louise. "There's nothing to do in this one-horse town anyway." Laura's room contained a double bed and a narrow, lumpy couch. Penny generously chose the latter, and without asking Mrs. Comstock, found extra linen and blankets in the hall closet. Laura loaned pajamas to her friends, and by 9 o'clock lights were out. Long after Louise and Laura were sleeping peacefully, Penny lay awake. She was unaccustomed to retiring at such an early hour, and besides, the couch was uncomfortable. She squirmed and twisted and could not adjust herself. Presently, the girl became aware of voices from another room. Mrs. Comstock was talking with her husband, and in the still house her tones carried clearly. "I don't care if you don't like it, Gus," she declared. "Laura stays, and that's all there is to it. She's the best worker I've ever had. You know, we can't get anyone here in White Falls." "I've nothing against the girl," Gus answered in a gruff voice, "but I'm afraid she may learn things and talk. Already, the old fool, Lemvar, is trying to start trouble." "What's he up to now?" "Trying to tell the girls' friends about room 7, but I closed him up before he spelt it." "Gus, I'm afraid," the woman muttered. "We might get into real trouble." "Forget it," Gus ordered. "You always were a worrying kind. Go to sleep now." The voices died away, and the house again became quiet. Penny lay with eyes wide open, staring into the darkness. What deep mystery could be associated with room 7, the chamber of hideous paintings? She reflected upon Laura's declaration that the eyes of one of the portraits had moved, but upon the face of it, such a claim was ridiculous. Presently, after determining that upon the morrow she would attempt to persuade Laura to give up her position, Penny rolled over and tried to sleep. She was just becoming drowsy when she was aroused again by a sound not unlike the creaking of a board. Penny sat up and listened. There it is again. This time she felt certain the noise came from the opposite side of the hall. She tried to make herself believe it was nothing unusual, that any old house was likely to produce strange sounds. Yet the feeling persisted. Someone was walking about in room 7. Unable to endure the suspense, Penny rolled out of bed and tiptoed to the door. She opened it and listened. Everything was still for a moment, and then she heard the creaking noise once more. There is someone in room 7, she thought. Penny glanced back at the bed where Laura and Louise were sleeping. She considered waking them and decided against it. Slipping into Laura's robe, she stole down the hall, pausing before room 7. She listened again, and hearing no movement within, cautiously twisted the knob. The door swung back to reveal an empty room. Moonlight streamed in through the window, throwing a ghost-like pattern on the carpet and across one of the paintings. Penny shivered and drew Laura's robe closely around her. Suddenly she experienced an uncomfortable feeling that she was not alone in the room anymore. Yet certainly her senses were tricking her. The bedchamber was quite empty. Penny entered the room and turned to gaze to the portraits on the east wall. She could not see them clearly. 3 of the pictures were heavily shrouded in darkness. A moonbeam shone full on the 4th painting, a likeness of a man with a red cap. And the flickering light made his eyes appear almost alive. The eyes were luminous, and it seemed to her that they were focused directly upon her. Suddenly, for no reason she could understand, Penny was terrified. Gone was her desire to investigate the room. She felt only the urge to escape. There's something here, she thought nervously. Penny backed slowly towards the door, her gaze still fastened on the painting. She failed to hear the footsteps behind her. Then, with no warning, she was grasped firmly by the shoulders. Do, 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 do.
Chapter 7.
A night adventure. Penny gave a smothered little cry. She whirled around, ready to fight off her attacker, and then laughed shakingly. The person who held her was Mrs. Comstock, looking ridiculous in an old-fashioned high-neck nightgown and curlers sticking from her head like a porcupine. "Oh, Mrs. Comstock," Penny gasped. "I thought a big bad ghost had me that time for sure." "What are you doing in this room?" demanded the woman sternly. "Why, that is, your room is across the hall," said Mrs. Comstock tartly, assuming that the girl had become confused in the darkness. "Do you walk in your sleep?" "Well, not very often," Penny stammered. "I'm sorry I caused you so much annoyance. I'll run back to my room now." Without giving the woman an opportunity to question her further, she quickly fled. Mrs. Comstock closed the door of room 7 and turned the key in the lock. Then the house once more settled down for the night. Penny was glad that Louise and Laura had slept through the disturbance. She had no intention of revealing to them what had happened. Now that she was in her bed, snuggled down under the covers, her fears seemed silly. "I'm getting worse than Laura," she accused herself. "No one was in that room, of course. And it was all imagination, thinking even for an instant that those eyes were looking at me." Chuckling because Mrs. Comstock had given her such an uncomfortable moment, Penny curled up and went to sleep. She did not awaken until early morning, when someone pounded on the door. 6 o'clock, Mrs. Comstock shouted. Time to get up, Laura. Still in a sleep-dazed condition, Laura slipped out of bed and started dressing. She remained weary from her previous day's work, but offered no complaint. I suppose we may as well get up too, Penny sighed. She washed her face and hands in ice-cold water from the white porcelain pitcher and combed her hair. Is one of my eyes out of place, or is that a cracked mirror? She asked, turning to Laura. It's the mirror, the girl laughed. I couldn't be sure, said Penny, after last night. Laura interrupted with a loud voice from the foot of the stairs. Are you up? Coming, answered Laura nervously. She started for the door when Penny caught her by the hand. Laura, she said soberly, this will be our last chance to talk. Won't you come home with me? I'm sure you'll never miss this place. I know that, Laura agreed. Then come back to Riverview with me. You may stay at our house until you find work. Laura shook her head. Thank you, Penny, but I can't impose upon you. I am determined to be self-supporting. Releasing her friend's hands, Laura ran out of the room, hastening down the stairway to the kitchen. An hour later, when Penny and Louise had ready to take their leave, she had only a moment to talk with them. I appreciate your help more than I can say, she declared, and I'll miss you both terribly. This house will be a morgue. Louise and I will run down to see you now and then, Penny promised. And remember this, if you should need us for any reason, don't hesitate to send us word. I'll remember, Laura said. Penny had made up her mind to talk to Lem Var again, so the girls went next door for breakfast. The man did not seem very glad to see them, nor was he in a conversational mood. Perhaps suspecting their purpose in calling, he remained in the kitchen after serving them. I'll bring him out of his den, Penny declared. Rapping on the table, she requested the man to bring her a second cup of coffee. He deposited it by her plate and started to retreat, but before he could escape, she said quickly, Oh, Mr. Var, what was it you started to tell us yesterday? You remember when Gus Comstock came in. Why, I don't recollect, the man responded evasively. Don't recall I was going to tell you anything. Something about the old mansion, Penny insisted. Is it haunted? No, nothing like that. Then what is all this mystery connected with room 7? Lem Var glanced quickly about to make certain no one was within distance of his voice. In low tones he said, Gus won't like it, me telling you this, but I'll do it anyhow. Folks say a man disappeared in that house. From room 7, Louise demanded in astonishment. Yes. How long ago was it? Inquired Penny. Not so long ago, Lem answered, glancing uneasily towards the door. I oughtn't have told you this. There's no proof, and Gus denies it's true. Accuses me of trying to ruin his tourist business. Who was the man? Asked Penny. Couldn't tell you. Just a tourist who stopped there for a night. How do you know he vanished? I reckon I have eyes, Lem answered. For 2 days a brown sedan stood out in front of the mansion, and then it disappeared. Never did see hide nor hair of the old fellow who drove it there. When I'd ask Gus about it, he'd shut up tighter than a clam. Haven't the police investigated? Lem shrugged. No one's complained as far as I know. Anyway, there's no proof. What do you think became of the man? How should I know? Demanded Lem. Gus is an ugly one to get mixed up with. I figure on tending to my own business. Don't let on I told you this. He seemed so anxious that Penny gave up questioning. He was uncertain as to the truth of the story. While she did no doubt Lem's sincerity, she understood that he might have been mistaken, and he had intimidated. It would be a serious matter to make accusations against the Comstocks without definite proof that a man had disappeared from their home. She voiced this opinion to Louise after they had returned to the car. Yes, Lem dislikes Gus Comstock so heartedly, His eyesight may have been sharpened, Louise agreed. He may have imagined the whole thing. There's only one reason why I think differently, Penny said thoughtfully. What's that? The Comstocks have acted so queerly about room 7. Perhaps that's because the townspeople have been talking. Possibly, admitted Penny. Still, Gus has mentioned possible dangers several times. He seems afraid that Laura in the house has some fear that she will discover something. Last night, after you were asleep, I heard him talking with his wife again. What did he say? Oh, nothing we didn't know. Simply that he's opposed to having Laura in the mansion. I wish we weren't staying. So do I. But she's determined. Well, I suppose we may as well get started towards home. Penny drove the car through the business section of the hamlet and then suddenly applied the brakes. Now what? Demanded Louise in alarm. I've had a splendid idea, Penny cried. We'll pass Mudcat Joe's place on our way home. Why not buy a basket of food and some clothing for the children? We could drop it off without taking very much time. It would be appreciated, I'm sure, Louise acknowledged. The town boasted only one store which the girls could locate. They bought a large basket of food, added a sack of candy for the children, stockings, overalls, and several items of underwear. I don't dare spend any more, Penny said. We might have car trouble on the way back home, and I'd be flat broke. When the proprietor carried the basket to the automobile, she sought to draw him into conversation, mentioning casually that a friend of hers had taken work at the old mansion. The storekeeper gave her a quick, penetrating glance, but offered no comment. He deposited the groceries and returned to his waiting customers. Before Penny could remark upon his manner, Louise nudged her elbow. Look over there, she whispered. Not far away stood Sing Lee, leaning indolently against the building. He had been watching the girls. Upon seeing that he too was under observation, he nodded and shuffled away. Did you notice how intently he studied us? Louise asked. We seemed to be a curiosity. Penny climbed into the car. If you ask me, she said with conviction, everyone in this town is a bit queer. I'm glad we're leaving it. Do, 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 do.
Chapter 8.
Trailing a houseboat. The morning following the storm was bright and sunny. Rain-washed foliage along the roadside had a fresh glittering color, and the air was dust-free and invigorating. Penny and Louise motored along, enjoying the scene to the fullest, when their attention was drawn to a man on the road ahead who was waving a red flag. Now what's the matter? Murmured Louise. Probably a washout of some kind, said Penny. The flagman stopped them. Sorry, miss, he said. The bridge won't carry a car safely. That flood last night did something to one of the piers. How do we get by? Asked Penny. We didn't see any detour signs. Ain't had time to put any up, the man said. Turn around and go back 3 miles to where the road forks. Take the right-hand turn. Go 2 miles east and 3 south till you hit the river again. The bridge there is all right. Then 2 miles south and 2 west, and you'll be back on the road again. I hope I can remember all that, Penny sighed, turning the car in the narrow highway. The worst of it is we'll probably miss seeing Mudcat Joe and his family, Louise observed. The detour won't pass by his place. The girls followed the alternate route without mishap, but when they reached the main highway again, they saw that Louise's prediction had come true. They had left the Gates adobe far behind. My idea of buying food wasn't such a good one after all, Penny remarked in disappointment. The only way we could get it to them now would be to turn back, but I'm not sure I could find the place from this direction. It's growing late too, Penny. Perhaps we should give up the plan. Couldn't we take the food home and deliver it later? I'm afraid that's all we can do. The highway circled through the dense grove of trees, and the girls caught occasional glimpses of the river, glistening for a moment like a ribbon of silver in the distance, and then fading from view amid the green foliage. Presently, they noticed a stoop-shouldered man walking with an easy gait along the road. He raised his head as if to signal them to stop. Involuntarily, Penny raised her foot from the gasoline pedal. "Don't stop," Louise cried. "It's not safe picking up hitchhikers." "Hitchhikers? Nothing!" exclaimed Penny. "It's Mudcat Joe." The brakes screeched, and the car stopped just beyond the man. "Hello, Joe," called Penny. "Aren't you a long way from home?" "Well, dog my cats if it ain't Miss Penny and Miss Louise," Joe chuckled. His pleasure at meeting the girls again was sincere. "Where are y'all headed for?" "We're on our way home," exclaimed Penny. "We have a basket of food for your wife, but we couldn't take it to your place because the bridge was out." "That's too bad, it sure is," Mudcat Joe replied. "We ain't none of us been eating very regularly." "Have you had any word on the River Queen?" Penny inquired. "A feller just gave me a tip. His uncle heard tell of a houseboat in the Blue River. He didn't know what business it had being there, but he reckoned as how it looked right smart like the Queen. I'm a-headin' there now." "How much further is Blue River?" asked Penny. "Only about 2-3 miles. It runs into the Cobalt down here at Gribsby's station." "We'll take you there, Joe," Penny offered. "It won't be much out of our way." "That's mighty nice of you, mighty nice," Mudcat declared as he climbed into the car. Penny threw the car into gear, and they sped down the road. Joe could not take his eyes away from the river. "I knows every foot of water along these parts," he volunteered. "Right over there is the best place to catch carpies I know of. There's a rock reef a-sticking out from the shore where they like to hang out. Many a time I anchored the River Queen on the end of the reef and hauled 'em in till there was no fun no more in it." "You miss the River Queen dreadfully, don't you, Joe?" asked Louise sympathetically. "I sure do," Joe answered with conviction. "She was a real nice boat. I've owned a right smart old craft in my day, but the Queen laid 'em all to over. She had style, and she'd stay afloat in a puddle. And inside she was beautiful. Jenny had fixed her up till she looked just like a parsonage. Why, she even had a carpet in the sitting room, and pretty lace curtains over the winders, with a geranium perched on the sill." After this little speech, into which he had put a great deal of feeling, Mudcat Joe lapsed into a meditative silence. The car swung along the winding road. Presently they pulled up at their destination. "I'm much obliged for the ride," Joe said, alighting. "We may as well wait here while you make inquiries," Penny said. "Maybe we can help you find your boat." Joe thanked them and ambled off down the river bank, all the while looking up and down the stream for his beloved Queen. The girls saw him accost a fisherman with whom he seemed to be acquainted, but from the expression of disappointment on his face, they knew he had received no encouragement. Soon he returned to the car. "Nobody's seen the Queen around these parts," he announced gloomily. "I reckon it was just another false alarm." "Isn't that a road going along the river?" Penny said, indicating a narrow dirt lane. "Let's drive up that way and see what we can learn." Joe climbed in and followed the tortuous route for some distance. "It ain't no use going any further, Miss Penny," he said at last. "The river's a-running over the rocks here. They wouldn't never get a boat higher up this parts." "We're dreadfully sorry, Joe," Penny told him sympathetically. "But don't be discouraged. A houseboat couldn't very well vanish into thin air." "Looks like that's just what she's done, miss," Mudcat replied, refusing to be confronted. "Reckon we'll never see that boat again, and a-livin' like we are now in an old cow shed, we feels mighty trashy, I'm tellin' you." They reached the main road and turned towards Riverview. Mudcat Joe rode with the girls until they reached the point nearest his temporary home. There he alighted and the girls gave him the basket of food. "I won't be a-forgettin' all that you've done for us," he said gratefully. "Maybe and I can pay you back for it some day." "Don't worry about that," smiled Penny. Neither she nor Louise had the slightest thought that they would soon indeed. Mudcat's words would be proved prophetic. He was to have his opportunity to pay them back. Do, 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 do.
Chapter 9.
Penny provides a clue. Upon her way home after leaving Louise at the Seidel residence, Penny decided to drop in at the office of the Riverview Star, there to talk with her father. Anthony B. Parker was a distinguished-looking gentleman, tall and athletically slim, slightly gray at the temples. As his daughter entered the private office, he smiled a welcome. "You seem in a good mood this bright morning," said Penny. "I take it you've just managed to swipe your competitor's best advertisement account." "Nothing like that," replied Mr. Parker. "Can't a father be glad to see his daughter? To tell you the truth, I was beginning to think you might have had trouble on the road. Lena behaved herself for once, but plenty happened to me. Did you get your friend safely installed in her new job?" "Installed at any rate. I'm not so sure about the safe part." "Why? What do you mean, Penny?" "The Comstocks seem to have an unsavory reputation at White Falls, Dad. And that house where Laura's staying is a huge barn with more paintings than an art gallery." "Does that necessarily make it an unsafe place?" inquired Mr. Parker, smiling. "Well, one of the portraits has a habit of rolling its eyes." "What nonsense are you talking about, Penny?" her father demanded with a hint of impatience. "I didn't exactly see the eyes move," she admitted. "Laura thought she did. But that's beside the point. According to the rumor, a man disappeared in the Comstock house and was seen no more." "Are you feeling well this morning, Penny?" Mr. Parker inquired anxiously. "My mind isn't the least bit touched, Dad. I acquired considerable information down at White Falls. Would you like to hear about it?" Without waiting for his assent, she rapidly related the facts which she had learned from Lem Varn, the cafe man. "The man may have a feud with the Comstock family," Mr. Parker commented when he had heard the story. "Gossip is never a reliable source of information." "I realize that, Dad, but the Comstocks acted queerly about having Laura in the house. It's nonsense that a man could disappear from a small community and no questions be asked. He was supposed to be a stranger. Even so, if anything such as you suggest had occurred, the news would have leaked out to the police. White Falls is too small to have a force. I'm afraid there's nothing to the story, Penny." "Well, for Laura's sake, I hope so," Penny sighed. Abruptly, she changed the subject. "Dad, if someone had stolen your houseboat, how would you go about recovering it?" "Since when did I acquire a houseboat?" "A hypothetical one," said Penny. "You see, I'm thinking of going into the detective business again. Someone stole Mudcat Joe's boat, and I promised to help him find it." "Who's Mudcat Joe?" inquired Mr. Parker. "Penny, why don't you learn to begin your news stories with the who, when, where, why, and how leads? Then I might have some idea of what you're talking about." "Oh, it takes so long to explain all the details," Penny sighed. "Well, settle back in your chair, Dad, because it's a lengthy tale." However, before she could start to recount her experiences with the squatter family, an office boy came in to tell Mr. Parker that a man by the name of Frank Hammond wished to see him. "Hammond?" repeated Mr. Parker thoughtfully. "I don't know anyone by that name." "Well, send him in." "I suppose that's my cue to evaporate," Penny said, getting up from her chair. "No, stay, if you wish. If the man is here to see me about anything important, I can send you out." "That's just when I'd like to stay," Penny declared. Maybe I could hide behind the filing cabinet." "You're not a character in a melodrama," her father smiled. "Please stay right here where you are." The door opened, and a middle-aged man in a brown suit, who walked with a quick, energetic stride, came into the room. Mr. Parker arose to shake hands, and after introducing himself to Penny, offered a comfortable leather chair reserved for his visitor. "Well, what may I do for you?" he inquired as Mr. Harmon hesitated. "You don't mind my daughter being here?" No, not at all. I represent the McClure and Allison firm in Chicago. You may have heard of us." "Oh, yes." Mr. Parker instantly recognized the name of a well-known jewelry concern. Interest deepened the color of his eyes. "I came here upon a rather strange mission," the man continued. "Do you recall a certain story about our firm which ran in your paper perhaps 10 days ago? It was to the effect that one of our officers of our company had disappeared with a considerable amount of valuable jewels in his possession." "Let me see. Yes, I remember the story. Man by the name of Merriman, wasn't it?" "Yes, J.D. Merriman." Penny leaned forward in her chair, startled by the name, but she did not interrupt. "At first, we were inclined to believe that Mr. Merriman had been delayed on his trip from New York," went on the visitor. "He was traveling by motor, combining business with pleasure. Then later, when we became alarmed and tried to trace him, all we could learn was that he was last seen at a filling station about 200 miles from here." "That was in the story, I believe," Mr. Parker commented. "It was assumed by company officials that Merriman had stolen the jewels." The man who talked with the reporter over long-distance telephone never should have given out such a statement, frowned Mr. Hammond. "Merriman was a close friend of mine. He was highly respected in the firm." "Then you believe that he did not steal the jewels?" "James Merriman wasn't the type of man to resort to theft. He was well fixed financially and had a wife and 2 small children. Often he carried more valuables with him than upon this occasion." "Then it is your thought that he met with foul play?" "Either that or an accident," said Mr. Harmon earnestly. "Merriman was a rather careless driver." "What quantity of jewels did your friend carry on his person?" "The firm estimated that the loss of approximately $15,000. The greater part of this is represented by a pearl necklace. Merriman was bringing it from New York to a special customer of ours." "The loss was covered by insurance?" "Yes. We're not worried upon that account. Our fear concerns James Merriman. Now, my purpose in coming to you was this. Since he disappeared somewhere in this state, or so we believe, we thought your paper might be able to aid us in the search." "We'll give you every possible cooperation," promised Mr. Parker. "However, I should suggest that you engage a detective. We turned the case over to the Pullman White Agency several days ago. However, so far, they have made no progress." "Have you talked with the police, I suppose?" "Yes, but they told the theory that James Merriman yielded to temptation and stole the jewels. The insurance company is working on this angle too, keeping watch on various places where the jewels might be offered for sale." "I will be glad to give you any possible assistance," Mr. Parker repeated. "However, I don't see just what our paper can do. I am willing to assign a special reporter to the story for a few days." "Our firm will appreciate your cooperation," Mr. Harmon declared warmly, picking up his hat. "Thank you for giving me so much of your time." "Just a minute, please," Penny interposed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "I think perhaps I have a clue which might help you." Both Mr. Harmon and Mr. Parker turned in astonishment towards the girl. "Did you say that your friend's initials were J.D.?" "Yes, that's correct," Mr. Harmon declared eagerly. "I happen to know that a J.D. Merriman spent the night at a tourist hotel in White Falls. The man registered from Chicago." "Then that must have been James Merriman," exclaimed Mr. Harmon. Where is White Falls? Not far from here, along the Cobalt River, Penny explained. The tourist house is run by a Mr. and Mrs. Comstock and is called the Old Mansion. Penny, how do you know that Merriman stayed there? Questioned her father. Because I saw his name on the register. I shall drive to White Falls at once and talk with the Comstocks, Mr. Harmon declared. Thank you very much for your clue, Miss Parker. You might telephone us a report what success you have, suggested Mr. Parker. I certainly shall, Mr. Harmon agreed. You may expect a call from me not later than tomorrow morning. If anything important develops, I'll telephone earlier. Mr. Parker walked to the door with the visitor, shaking hands with him as they parted. Returning to the desk, he saw that Penny had crossed over to the window and was staring down on the street. Dad, she said quietly, I didn't give Mr. Harmon quite all the information. When James Merriman spent the night at the old mansion, he was assigned to room 7. The room, according to Lamvar, where a man mysteriously disappeared. Do, 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 do.
Chapter 10.
A broken connection. You are certain of your facts? Inquired Mr. Parker, rather startled by the information supplied by Penny. Well, I saw the register when I signed it. At the time, I thought very little about it. I suppose the name stuck in my mind because the Comstocks acted so funny about that room. I believe you said they didn't wish you to occupy it. Mrs. Comstock didn't. Her husband was all for chucking me in there with those hideous portraits. Portraits in a bedroom? 4 of them. One fellow in a red hat had eyes that give you the shivers. I'm not interested in that part, said Mr. Parker. But you may have stumbled into something, Penny. I think so myself, Dad. I'll assign Jerry Livingston to the story. Mr. Parker continued. He has a nose for news, and he may dig up some interesting facts. By that, I take it you don't consider mine especially interesting? Interesting, but a trifle too fanciful for the Riverview Star. We can't print stories about portraits that wink and roll their eyes, even if it would brighten up the art section. I'll admit that once, not so long ago, you proved your old dad to be a bit too conservative. Something about a witch doll, wasn't it? That's right, said Penny. Dad, if you send Jerry out to the old mansion, warn him not to mention my name. It might get Laura into trouble with the Comstocks. I'll remember. Anyway, Jerry probably won't get out there today. He'll be tied up with the Elks Convention story. I'll have him contact the Comstocks by telephone. He'll learn nothing that way, Dad. Then I'll send Jerry or some other reporter to White Falls tomorrow. I thought news stories were supposed to be timely, Dad. If you've hurried, you might get a big scoop. And we might get a big libel suit, her father added grimly. We'll have to feel our way cautiously on this story, Penny. It's dangerous business to publish that a man disappeared from a certain house, especially when there is no arrest in the case. I suppose you're right, Penny agreed reluctantly. She turned to leave. Please ask Jerry to come here into my office, Mr. Parker instructed. I'll give him his news assignment. Penny closed the door behind her and spoke politely to Mr. DeWitt, the city editor. She paused beside the desk of a young, dark-haired reporter who sat hammering at a typewriter, hat pushed back on his head. Secretly, Penny considered Jerry Livingston quite the most handsome and brilliant reporter on the Star's staff. Well, if it isn't our bright Penny, he chuckled, doffing his hat in her honor. What's the latest news from the front? I hate to break it, replied Penny in a mock seriousness. Dad wishes to see you in his inner sanctum. Right away. Jerry's chair scraped on the floor as he got quickly to his feet. What's up, Penny? Shouldn't be surprised if he intends to fire you, she laughed, turning away. You deserve it. Penny drove home to find Mrs. Weems, the housekeeper, rather worried from her lengthy absence. She was a middle-aged widow, tall and wiry, with an amazing amount of energy, and had worked at the Parker home so many years that she regarded Penny as her own daughter. "Have you had your breakfast, child?" she inquired solacely. "Yes, hours ago in White Falls," Penny responded. "Still, if you'd urge me, I could eat a dish of those fresh strawberries you've picked over there." "I declare you're always hungry," the housekeeper laughed, sorting out the largest berries. "But I wish you would put on a little flesh." I don't," declared Penny. "Fat girls simply get nowhere these days. But I do wish my brains would expand a little. I have a job on my hands that requires a lot of deep thinking." "What are you up to now?" Mrs. Weems inquired suspiciously. "I hope it's nothing like the witch doll affair." "No, I'm conjugating upon how to find a stolen houseboat, not to mention a man who disappeared mysteriously from an old mansion." "Quite a large order, I should say," declared the housekeeper. Between strawberries, Penny told Mrs. Weems about her experience at White Falls. She was pleased when the housekeeper promised to send a box of food to Mudcat Joe and his family the next time she made a trip to the river town. "Oh, by the way, Penny," said Mrs. Weems, "while you were gone, Albert Lyman telephoned. He said he would have you play tennis with him this afternoon." "He'll have to find some other girl," Penny decided instantly. "I'm staying close at home today. Anyway, Al has pimples." "Can he help that?" Mrs. Weems inquired mildly. "Yes, he could wash his neck now and then. Al is a very light-headed youth, too," Penny added airily. "I like young men with a purpose." "Such as the reporter Jerry Livingston, I suppose," Mrs. Weems observed with a shrewd insight. Penny laughed and deposited her empty berry dish in the sink, disappearing from the kitchen. Later in the morning, when Albert Lyman telephoned again, she firmly declined the invitation to play tennis. All afternoon she remained at home polishing the mud from her car and doing odd jobs which had accumulated. At 4 o'clock, when her father came from the office, she ran to meet him. "Dad, did he telephone?" she asked eagerly. "Did who telephone, Penny?" Mr. Parker inquired. "Why, Mr. Harmon, of course." "No, not while I was at the office." "I thought surely he would," said Penny in disappointment. "Mr. Harmon told us he might not telephone before tomorrow." "Yes, that's true. Dad, you heard nothing more about the disappearance?" "No. Jerry will get to work on the story tomorrow after he talks with Harmon. But don't count upon it developing into anything tremendous, Penny." Despite her father's words, Penny became increasingly excited as she thought of what might develop at the old mansion. In the morning she was surprised Mr. Parker by climbing into the car beside him when he was ready to start for the newspaper office. "Why am I thus honored?" he inquired. "Oh, I'd like to be on hand when the telephone call comes through from Mr. Harmon." "I can let you know from the office." "You might forget," said Penny. "No, if you don't mind me being underfoot, I'll just tag along." During the first hour she busied herself writing letters. After that, time passed very slowly. She read the morning edition of the Star, commenting unfavorably upon one of Mr. Parker's editorials, and then wandered out into the main room to watch Bert Kessinger draw a cartoon. She glanced hopefully towards Jerry's desk, but it was vacant. Finally, she went back into the private office and sat down again. The telephone rang many times, and always Penny straightened alertly, but the call was never from Mr. Harmon. "What do you suppose is the matter with that man?" she grumbled. "Here it is 11 o'clock and not a word from him." "He probably forgot," answered Mr. Parker. "After you've been in the newspaper business as long as I have, you'll learn that promises don't mean a great deal." "But he was so empathetic, Dad. I can't help thinking he would have telephoned if something hadn't happened. No doubt your clue about Merriman was a dud, said Mr. Parker. Possibly Mr. Harmon decided to return to Chicago yesterday. That didn't have prevented him from letting us know. Penny walked over to her father's desk. Dad, I have a notion to telephone Laura. She could tell me whether or not Mr. Harmon went to the old mansion yesterday. Not a bad idea. Go ahead. Penny placed a call and in a few minutes was connected with Mrs. Anna Comstock. May I speak with Laura? She requested. Miss Blair is busy, returned the woman in a strangely agitated voice. Can't I take a message? No, thank you. I must speak with Laura, Penny insisted. I assure you it's important. You're not a reporter, Mrs. Comstock demanded. No, replied Penny, wondering about the question. Just a minute, said the woman. There was a long wait while Penny held the receiver. Several times she glanced at her wristwatch, wondering why Mrs. Comstock delayed in bringing Laura to the telephone. She had made a serious mistake in not making a person-to-person call, for the newspaper was being charged for the elapsed time. Penny was on the verge of hanging up the receiver when she heard Laura's voice at the other end of the line. Hello, is that you, Laura? She asked eagerly. This is Penny. I called to ask... I can't talk now, Laura interrupted in a tense voice. Oh, Penny, dreadful things go on here. Mr. Harmon... There was a sharp click, as if the receiver had been replaced in the hook. The connection had been broken. Do, 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 do.
Chapter 11.
Angry words. Hello, operator, Penny said urgently. I've been disconnected from my party. There is no one on the line now, came the reply. Shall I ring it again? Please. After a long wait, the operator reported that she was unable to re-establish the connection. Penny hung up the receiver and turning to her father, repeated Laura's strange message. Dad, something's wrong out there. It does seem odd she would refuse to talk, Mr. Parker agreed. Mr. Harmon must have arrived yesterday, for she mentioned his name just as she cut off. I suppose Mrs. Comstock may have been listening on the conversation, but even that doesn't account for what she said. Dreadful things go on here? Is the girl inclined to be hysterical? Well, she is easily excited, Penny admitted. Still, I'm worried. Why not drive out over to White Falls, if it will ease your mind, suggested her father. In a couple of hours, Jerry probably can ride along with you. I'd prefer to start right away, said Penny. Probably Louise will be willing to go with me. She lost no time in telephoning her chum and made arrangements to pick her up for the trip. Louise had told her mother about the Gates family, and Mrs. Seidel insisted upon sending a box of clothing and groceries with the girls. Penny was quite willing to stop at the shed where Mudcat Joe and his brood had taken refuge, but she regretted the delay. We'll make a quick call, she told Louise, as the car drew near the Cobalt River. I'm terribly anxious to see Laura. A moment later, the automobile halted in front of the shed, but there was no sign of activity at the place. Maybe the Gates family has left, said Louise in disappointment. I'm sure they are around somewhere, declared Penny, noticing a line of clothes which flapped in the wind between the two trees. Let's try the horn. That will arouse them. At the sound of the leaping Lena's staccato summons, the Gates family came to life. Jeannie and Jed peered around the corner of the shed, while Mudcat Joe ambled into sight from the direction of the river. Well, if it ain't our young lady friends, he said genuinely. Jeannie, come on out here. I allows this is going to be a good news. We have a basket of things for you, Penny. It's in the rear compartment. Just a few little knickknacks we thought you might like. The girl stepped from the car and started to get the basket. Now then, don't you ladies go in a-breaking your backs a-lifting that, said Mudcat. Let me heft it out of there for you. Punctuating his words with action, he moved quickly to the rear of the car. "She pretty heavy, Jeanie," he said, weighing the basket up and down in his hand. "There's a lot of store grub here." "Thank you kindly," said Jenny. "We sure get tired of catfish day in and day out." "We bought a box of clothing, too," Louise announced. Mudcat lifted out the box and gazed at it with delight. "Look at their sweater, Jed," he said. "Now you can keep yourself warm this winter. You see, and the young'uns, it ain't a good to be going so shiverin' like that as we did last year." "Thank you, Jed," said bashfully. To further manifest his appreciation, the boy offered to show the girls his most prized possession, his dog. "Tig's tied up by the river," Jed explained. "He's kind of a mean thing with strangers, but he's sure a swell dog." Although the girls were short of time, they did not wish to disappoint the boy, so they followed him around the shed. Mudcat Joe and his wife carried the groceries and clothing into the shelter, then came down to the river's edge. "This here's Tig," Jed said proudly, unfastening the dog from the willow tree to which he had been tied. "He's half shepherd and half English bull." "What a mixture," laughed Penny. "And that's our raft of chickens," Jed announced, pointing to the flat craft likewise tied up to the willow tree. "I used to ride along behind the River Queen." The boys' remark reminded Penny to ask Mudcat if he had gained any new clues as to what had become of his missing houseboat. "No, Miss Penny, ne'er a trace," Joe replied, sinking into the doldrums. "I asked as fur down the river as Newport, but folks says they ain't seen her or heard of her nohow. I got a sneaking idea them skunks had stole her, had gone done and sent her to the bottom of the river." "What good would that do?" asked Penny. "Maybe they stripped her of first and then allowed as how they wished the risky business might get caught, so they just let her go down the river until she went all to pieces." "Let's hope not," said Louise cheerfully. "I feel somehow that you will recover your houseboat." Before Mudcat Joe could reply, another car drove into the yard. A man alighted briskly and came towards the group by the river. He seemed fairly beside himself with rage. "Why, it's Gus Comstock," Louise whispered. However, Mr. Comstock scarcely noticed the girls and addressed himself to the Gates family as a unit. "What are you doing on my property?" he shouted. "I don't know who you are, stranger," Mudcat Joe said in an even drawl that carried the threat of mounting fires in quiet but dangerous man. "But I might tell you ain't used to having nobody talk to me in such a tone." "Answer my question," Mr. Comstock snapped. "Who gave you the right to occupy these premises?" "The right any river man has to live in any vacant building that suits his fancy. And listen, stranger, I'm giving you just 5 minutes to get out." "What?" Mr. Comstock became more and more enraged. "You order me off my own property?" "I sure do, if it is your property." Mudcat tossed his tattered hat on the ground and deliberately rolled up his sleeves. "Mr. Comstock," said Penny, hoping to settle the argument peacefully, "I know this family personally. They had a great deal of misfortune since their houseboat was lost. If you force them from the shed, they'll have no other place to go." Gus Comstock whirled angrily upon the girls. "You keep out of this," he said to Penny. "These dirty squatters are moving. That's all there is to it." "We're not a-getting out," Mudcat announced. "I'll show you," shouted Gus Comstock. "Those squatting chickens are moving downstream right now." Drawing a knife from his pocket, he ran to the raft and started hacking at the rope. Before he could sever it, Jed unhooked the leash of his dog and urged, "Get him, Tig!" The dog made a savage dart at Gus Comstock, who, in sudden terror, dropped the knife. "Look out, stranger," chuckled Mudcat Joe. "That there dog is a purring prize." Gus Comstock tried to retreat towards his automobile, but the dog stopped him. The beragged man had only one direction to go, towards the river. He took a step backwards, shouting to Jed and Joe to call off their dog, or he would have the law on them. As the man hesitated to the edge of the bank, Tig made another savage rush. He struck hard against Gus Comstock's leg, toppling him into the raft of chickens. There was a wild fury of feather panic as the fowl flew in all directions. Gus tried desperately to save himself, but the raft gave a sudden lurch under his weight, and with a great splash, he pitched into the muddy waters of the Cobalt. Do, 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 do.
Chapter 12.
Feathered Fury. "Hey, you!" Mudcat shouted hilariously. "Guess that'll teach you to leave my chickens' rafts be." "Oh, Pop!" Jed shrieked. "Ain't he funny? He almost set down on the white rock rooster." "The river ain't wet, is it?" mocked Jenny. Gus Comstock stood up in the shallow water, sputteringly angrily. He shook his fist at the group on shore. "You'll pay for this," he warned, while Jed rounded up the few chickens which had escaped from the wire enclosure on the raft. Mudcat Joe tied up Tig so that Gus Comstock could wade ashore. More outraged than hurt, the man retreated to his car, breathing threats at every step. Even the exhaust of his automobile sounded angry as he drove off down the highway. "That surely was funny," Louise chuckled. It served Mr. Comstock right, too. He had no business trying to cut loose the raft. "Maybe we ought to have stick the dog on him," Mudcat said meditatively. "If that feller does own this shed, I reckon we'll pay a plenty for the fun of getting rid of him." "Well, landlords do have a way of ousting tenants sometimes," Penny agreed. "He probably will be back." "Oh, he'll be back all right," said Joe gloomily. "And I got a feeling he'll be a-bringin' the sheriff along with him." "What will you do then?" asked Louise. "I don't know," replied Joe gloomily. "If I could find the River Queen, we'd just climb aboard and wash our hands of this here upstart." But the riverman had no houseboat about here. "As lost as a duck in a desert am I." "Well, if Mr. Comstock makes trouble for you, I may be able to do something about it," Penny promised. "If he puts you out of the shed, we'll try to find you another place." "That's mighty kind of you," Mudcat said with a sigh. "But I reckon Jenny and me and the kids won't be able to be satisfied living on land. We can only feel at home on the river." Penny and Louise bade the family farewell and drove on towards White Falls. Although they had been innocent bystanders at the little scene by the river, they were dubious as to the reception Gus Comstock would accord them when they reached the old mansion. "I wonder if he really does own that shed," Penny mused. "I suppose he must, or he wouldn't have created such a disturbance. How silly to get so excited over a deserted shack. The gates weren't doing the place any particular harm. Gus Comstock just has meanness in his blood," declared Penny. Presently, entering the sleepy village of White Falls, the girls drew up in front of the old mansion. The upstairs blinds had been left drawn, and there was no sign of activity about the place. However, Gus Comstock's battered car stood on the street, so they knew that he had arrived ahead of them. Walking up to the front door, Penny and Louise rang the bell. It seemed that the girls' arrival had been noted from within, for almost instantly the door was flung open. Mrs. Comstock confronted them, her eyes blazing wrathfully. "You're not wanted here," she said harshly. "Go away and mind you don't come back." She started to close the door, but Penny deliberately blocked it with her foot. "Really, we had nothing to do with your husband's unfortunate accident," the girl said. "Please, may we see Laura for just a moment?" "No, you can't." "What right do you have to refuse?" Penny demanded indignantly. Mrs. Comstock's answer was to slam shut the door, barely missing Penny's foot. "Ring again," Louise advised. "Hold your finger on the bell until she comes." "No, that would only get Laura into added difficulties. It's not right that she has to work in such a place." "I agree with you," Louise said. "If only we could talk with her, we might induce her to return to Riverview with us." "Something has gone wrong," said Penny meditatively. "I doubt that we would have been welcome even if Mr. Comstock hadn't fallen into the river. Laura knows something, and the Comstocks are afraid she'll tell." "If you believe that, Penny, let's see her even if we have to break down the house." "We might try the rear door," Penny suggested. They moved quickly around to the back entrance. The kitchen door was closed. "You might lift up so that I can peek into the window," Penny said. "If Laura is there, I'll signal her." Louise obligingly raised her chum, but in a moment Penny again dropped to the ground. "The kitchen is deserted," she reported. "What do you suppose became of Laura?" Louise demanded anxiously. "I'm beginning to feel uneasy," Penny confessed. "It was strange the way she broke off in midst of our conversation." "Yes, and all the talk about mysterious disappearances from room 7, Louise added. "Wouldn't it be dreadful if anything has happened to Laura? It would be our fault for bringing her here." "Don't say such a thing, Lou. Laura must be all right." "I don't feel like returning home unless we're certain of it." "No, neither am I. Suppose we talk with Lem Var." The cafe owner was busy refilling the coffee urn when the girls entered his establishment. They sat down on high stools by the counter and, as a pretext for their presence, ordered 2 pieces of pineapple pie. "Getting to the regular callers in our town, aren't you?" he inquired. "We came to see our friend next door," Penny explained, "only Mrs. Comstock wouldn't let us talk to her." "You don't say. Reckon maybe she's a mite upset this morning." "Upset?" Penny inquired alertly. "About what, may I ask?" "Well," said Lem Var, vigorously polishing the coffee urn, "I wouldn't know, but folks say things have been happening in that house." "You mean the disappearance?" "Yes, I reckon maybe Mrs. Comstock is worried for fear the police may come around and ask a few questions." "Why don't you report the matter, Mr. Varn?" "Not me. It's none of my business. Anyway, I ain't sure that anything happened. Things just look queer." Penny took a bite of the pie, studying the cafe owner's reflection in the mirror behind the soda fountain. "Mr. Var," she said, "I don't suppose you noticed a car drive up to the mansion yesterday." "Gray one, wasn't it?" "I imagine so," responded Penny. "Mr. Harmon, an acquaintance of my father's, came here to see the Comstocks. He wore a brown suit." "Sure, that was the fellow," the cafe man nodded. "I saw him go into the mansion, but I never did see him come out." "You don't mean something happened to him?" Penny gasped. "No, I'm not saying anything like that," Mr. Varn amended hastily. "For all I know, he may have driven off during the night. His car sat out in front till around midnight, and it was gone this morning when I opened up the restaurant." "The man may have left town early." "Yes, reckon that's what happened," Mr. Varry agreed. He seemed reluctant to answer any more questions, but the girls would not leave until they had inquired about Laura. Their minds were greatly relieved when Lem Var declared that he had seen the girl hanging up a washing not an hour before their arrival. "Then I guess nothing too dreadful has happened," Penny commented as she and Louise were outside the cafe. "As far as Mr. Hammond is concerned, I don't know what to think. Lem Var distrusts the Comstocks, so I judge he's apt to jump to conclusion." Louise replied, "He certainly was hinting that Mr. Harmon had disappeared mysteriously." "I thought so at first, and then he denied it. I really believe we can't go much by what Mr. Varn does say. We might drop into the laundry and ask Sing Lee a few questions." "No, that fellow gives me the creeps," Penny answered. "I doubt that he would know anything, and if he did, He'd not be likely to tell us." The girls walked slowly back to their car, uncertain as to their next move. So far, they had obtained no trustworthy information regarding Mr. Harmon, and they were unwilling to return home without at least seeing Laura. Chancing to glance towards the upstairs window of the mansion, Penny suddenly gripped Louise's hand. "There she is now, Lou!" Laura could be seen standing by the window of her room, half hidden by a curtain. She was frantically signaling her friends. "What is she trying to tell us?" Louise questioned in bewilderment. "She may mean for us to wait," Penny said hopefully. "I do believe she intends to slip out of the house and meet us." Do, 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 do.
Chapter 13.
In quest of information. Realizing that Laura could not be expected to join them in front of the house, the girls walked past Sing Lee's laundry, stationing themselves out of sight from the old mansion. While they waited, a car drove up. 3 Chinese people alighted, and paying no heed to Penny and Louise, vanished into Sing Lee's establishment. Presently the door of the old mansion opened, but it was not Laura who emerged. Gus Comstock, arrayed in a dry suit of clothes, closed the gate behind him, and with a deep scowl on his face, walked down the street. He paused for a moment by Sing Lee's shop, and then moved on. "I wonder what is keeping Laura," Louise worried. "Perhaps we misunderstood her signals." Just at that moment, they saw the girl coming around the corner of the house. Penny waved to her. With a nervous glance over her shoulder, Laura ran towards her friends. "I have only a minute to talk," she said breathlessly. "Mrs. Comstock mustn't know I have slipped away from the house." "Tell us what happened, Laura," Penny urged. "Why did you hang up the receiver this morning when I was talking with you?" "Because Mrs. Comstock was coming. She warned me that I was to tell you nothing." "What did you start to say about Mr. Harmon?" "It's awful," Laura said in awe. "He came to the old mansion yesterday afternoon to inquire about his friend, a man named Merriman." "I know," Penny nodded. "Merriman had spent the night at the old mansion some days ago. Mrs. Comstock claims he didn't." "But I'm certain of my facts," said Penny. "I saw the name on the register." "You did?" Laura asked in amazement. "That's funny, because I examined the book myself this morning, and the name wasn't there. It should have been just above mine." "It wasn't?" "Then the Comstocks have removed it either by erasure or with ink eradicator." "They may have done it," Laura admitted. "I know Mr. and Mrs. Comstock were terribly upset when Mr. Hammond arrived." "What did they tell him?" Penny inquired. "I heard part of the conversation. They tried to convince him that Merriman had never stayed at the house overnight." "Did Mr. Harmon accept their story?" "He acted suspicious of it," Laura admitted. "Possibly that was why he decided to stay all night." "Mr. Harmon remained at the old mansion?" Penny asked. "Yes, I'm sure the Comstocks didn't like it very much. They had an argument over which room to put him in." "Not number 7, Penny demanded. Laura nodded. "I heard the Comstocks discussing it when they thought no one was listening. Gus told his wife, 'It will serve the inquisitive fool right to sleep in that room. Maybe if he gets a good scare, he won't be so impertinent.'" "And Mrs. Comstock's reply?" "Oh, she protested, but Gus overruled her. Mr. Harmon's things were taken up to room number 7. "And then what happened?" Penny questioned. "Was there a disturbance during the night?" "I heard a faint cry," Laura revealed in a tense voice, "then a splashing sound as if something had fallen into the river. I can't explain it, but the strangest feeling went over me. I sensed that something dreadful had happened to Mr. Harmon." "What did you do?" asked Louise. "I slipped on my robe and ran to Mrs. Comstock's room. She and her husband already were awake. They had heard the same noise," interposed Penny. "I suppose so. Anyway, they went with me to room number 7, but it had been locked from the inside." Mr. Comstock called to Mr. Harmon several times, and there was no answer. The man wasn't dead? Louise gasped. Mr. Comstock had a master key, Laura went on. Without hearing the question, he opened the door. Will you believe it? Mr. Harmon wasn't there at all. The bed had been slept in, but the man had vanished. Penny and Louise were stunned by the disclosure, and Laura's words lent support to Lem Barnes' claim that Mr. Harmon would not be the first person to mysteriously disappear from room 7. His clothing was still in the room, Penny questioned. Yes, answered Laura. Nothing appeared to have been touched. The window overlooking the river was open. That was all. You don't think Mr. Harmon deliberately jumped into the river? Louise demanded. I don't think so, Laura replied, stressing her words. Gus Comstock says there's no question but that he did. You heard a splash? Penny asked gravely. Yes, or at least I thought so. But if Mr. Harmon's body went into the river last night, I'm convinced he never jumped. And I agree with you, announced Penny. Tell me, how did the Comstocks act when they discovered Mr. Harmon was gone? They were both terribly upset, especially Mrs. Comstock. Could they have been acting a part? I don't believe so, Penny. Mrs. Comstock carried on dreadfully for a time. She was so ill over the affair she stayed in bed nearly all morning. Has Gus Comstock notified the police yet? I should say not, exclaimed Laura. He said it would ruin him if the news was spread over the town. During the night he drove Mr. Hammond's car away somewhere, and he disposed of all of his clothing. He can get into serious trouble for doing that, declared Penny. Mr. and Mrs. Comstock both warned me that I must never breathe a word of what happened last night. They have watched me almost every minute. How did you get away now? Louise inquired. Mrs. Comstock laid down for a moment and fell asleep. She and her husband must be completely crazy to think they can hide anything like that from the police, Penny said. It looks as if what Lem Bard told us wasn't just idle gossip. This makes 2 persons who have disappeared from room 7. Mrs. Comstock made me clean up the room this morning, Laura reported with a shiver. While I was dusting and running the vacuum, I was so frightened my knees actually knocked together. Do you still believe that the eyes of the portrait moved? Inquired Penny with a faint smile. Perhaps they don't actually move, Laura acknowledged, but they seem alive. While I was cleaning the room, I felt as if 4 pairs of human eyes were focused on me. Nerves, probably, commented Louise. I'd be a wreck if I remained in the house very long, Laura declared. Sinister things go on there. It's fairly easy to understand why Merriman might have disappeared mysteriously, Penny said slowly. He was carrying valuable jewels. You think the Comstocks may have robbed him? Louise asked quickly. No, I'm not venturing an opinion. But it does strike me that Mr. Harmon must have met foul play because he learnt something which pointed the finger at the scoundrel responsible for Mr. Merriman's disappearance. Perhaps no person had anything to do with it, suggested Laura in low tones. Penny and Louise gave her a quick glance, wondering what she meant. I don't believe in ghosts, Laura said, half apologetically. But it seems to me we're running into something which can't be explained. There's an atmosphere about that house, especially room 7, that defies description. If you were to stay there a day or so, I'd like to have a chance to do it, was Penny's surprised remark, but Mrs. Comstock won't even allow me to get near the front door. One thing is clear, said Louise. After what has happened, Laura can't stay in the house another night. I'll be glad to go back with you, the girl agreed. That is, if you really want me. She spoke doubtfully, for Penny's face did not mirror enthusiasm. Of course, we'll be glad to take you with us, Penny said. Only I have an idea. Don't listen to it, Laura, warned Louise. Her ideas nearly always mean trouble for someone. This one might prove dangerous, Penny admitted. I haven't any right to ask you, Laura, what is it you wish me to do? When it becomes known that 2 persons have disappeared at the old mansion, it will mean a big story, Penny said, speaking excitedly. Every paper in this part of the country will send reporters here trying to get inside facts. Now here's my idea. I thought that if you could bear to stay on a day or two, Dad would have an inside track on just what is happening. He'd pay you well for your work. No doubt the money could hire me to stay in the old house another night. Well, I was afraid the idea was a dud, Penny admitted ruefully. I have no amount of money to hire that could hire me, Laura repeated with a smile. But I'll do it for you, Penny. And now, if your plan is to succeed, I must run back before Mrs. Comstock learns that I have left the house. Do, 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 do.
Chapter 14.
Help from Jerry. Leaving Laura to play her role of sleuth at the Comstock tourist home, Penny and Louise started at once for Riverview. They were deeply excited by the information obtained at White Falls, and both felt that Mr. Herman's mysterious disappearance called for drastic police action. The girls had traveled perhaps 7 miles from the town when they came to a tributary of the Cobalt River. As they crossed the bridge, Louise suddenly gave a little cry which caused Penny to slam on the brakes. "What is it, Lou?" she asked quickly. "See that houseboat half hidden in the willows?" Louise demanded. Penny brought the car to a standstill on the bridge. "No, I don't see anything. Far down the river, Penny, almost at the bend." "Oh, yes, now I do. There are a dozen of houseboats in the river district, but it does have a green stack." "That's what I noticed," Louise declared. "Could it be Mudcat's missing houseboat, do you suppose?" "There's a chance of it. Shall we investigate?" Pulling off at the side of the road, the girls made their way along the river bank. Their progress was impeded by a dense growth of bushes. Burrs and nettles clung to their stockings and skirts. "Listen," Penny commanded, halting. They could hear the steady put-put-put of a gasoline engine. "The houseboat is pulling out of the cove," Penny exclaimed. "Hurry!" Disregarding possible damage to their clothing, the girls scrambled through the bushes and briars, reaching the bend in the river in time to see the houseboat vanish far downstream. Already it had traveled such a distance that they were unable to obtain a clear view. "That may have been Mudcat's stolen boat," Penny exclaimed. "The engine was a powerful one, too," Louise added. "I never saw a houseboat slip along so fast." The girls watched the craft until it vanished beyond another bend. They could not hope to pursue it further, for there was no automobile road along the river at that point. "I'll send word to Mudcat just as soon as I can," Penny declared. "It would delay us too long to return to his place now." "Yes," acknowledged Louise. "And the houseboat may not belong to Mudcat anyway. Even a green smokestack wouldn't be conclusive evidence." Penny knew that her father would wish her to secure the information regarding Mr. Hammond's disappearance at once, and so upon reaching Riverview, she took Louise home and then went directly to the newspaper office. "Dad," she told him rather breathlessly, "you have a new reporter on your staff." "Meaning yourself?" inquired Mr. Parker. "No, Laura Blair." The newspaper owner made a wiry grimace. However, before he could offer a protest, Penny related the bargain she had made with the girls and the information already in her possession. She was not mistaken in thinking that the news of Mr. Herman's disappearance would prove startling to her father. "It's almost unbelievable, Penny. Nevertheless, I'm certain it's true. Did I do wrong in asking Laura to remain at the Comstock house?" "That was a stroke of genius, Penny," her father praised. "It gives us an inside track on the story, and it will be a tremendous one." Mr. Parker pushed a buzzer on his desk. When an office boy thrust his tousled head in at the doorway, he said crisply, "Send Jerry Livingston here." "Dad, isn't this definitely a case for the police?" Penny inquired. "Yes," he agreed, "but I'd like to talk with the Comstocks before the police take charge. After an arrest is made, we'll only learn what the authorities wish to give out. I figure upon taking Jerry and going over to White Falls right away." "You'll need me to go along, too, to show you the house," Penny suggested instantly. Just at that moment, Jerry Livingston came into the private room. "You sent for me, Chief?" he asked. Briefly, Mr. Parker disclosed the facts of the case as Penny had presented them. "Get your hat," he ordered the reporter. "We're going over to White Falls to see what we can learn." During the ride to the river town, with Penny serving as chauffeur, Mr. Parker explained to Jerry additional details of the case. "We'll have to handle the story with gloves," he declared. "Penny may have been mistaken in her facts, but if she's right, there's certainly a chance for a big scoop." The car presently drew up in front of the Comstock tourist house. Mr. Parker stared curiously at it for a moment, and then, followed by Penny and Jerry, went boldly to the door and rang the bell. After a long wait, Mrs. Comstock responded to the summons. She scowled as she recognized Penny. "Well, what do you want now?" she demanded unpleasantly. "My name is Parker, Anthony Parker, from the Riverview Star," said Penny's father. "We're not talking to any reporters," the woman snapped. "Go away and leave us alone." She started to close the door. "Just a minute, madam," said Mr. Parker. "Either you'll talk to me or you'll talk to the police." "The police?" Mrs. Comstock murmured, obviously shaken. "We have reason to believe that 2 persons have disappeared from your house under decidedly mysterious circumstances, madam. Will you talk with us, or shall I send the police?" "I'll see you," Mrs. Comstock said with a sudden change of attitude. "Come in." She led the 3 visitors into the parlor. Before they could seat themselves, Gus Comstock entered from the kitchen. He stared angrily at his wife. "I couldn't help it, Gus," she said with a little moan. "They pushed their way right in, said if we didn't talk to them, they'd go straight to the police." "So, you're responsible for this, you meddling upstart," Mr. Comstock accused, turning towards Penny, "trying to get us into trouble with the police." "Are you speaking to my daughter?" said Mr. Parker coldly. "Let's admit the heroics, if you please. Tell us what became of Mr. Harmon," Mr. Parker added with a trace of impatience. "How should I know?" Gus Comstock muttered. "He didn't tell us his business when he went away from here." "And when do you claim he left your house?" "Why, yesterday afternoon. He only stayed here a few minutes while he inquired about a friend of his." "I can prove otherwise," said Penny calmly. "Mr. Harmon's car stood in front of the house the entire afternoon, as many of your neighbors will testify. During the night, after the man disappeared from room 7, you hid the car somewhere." "That ain't true," Mr. Comstock retorted. "Falsehoods will get you nowhere," cut in Mr. Parker impatiently. "Either you tell us exactly what happened here, or I'll go to the police. I'm not inclined to beat around the bush." "Oh, Gus, tell him the truth," Mrs. Comstock pleaded fearfully. "If the police come mixing in here, they might take us to jail. And it wasn't our fault." "You will keep out of this, Anna," Mr. Comstock demanded harshly. "It's your loose tongue that'll get us into trouble." However, Mrs. Comstock could not be quieted. While her husband listened in grim silence, she poured out her tale. "We never did harm to anybody," she proclaimed tearfully. "Everything was all right until that man Merriman came here. He spent the night in room 7. When we went to call him in the morning, he had disappeared." "Why didn't you report it to the police?" questioned Mr. Parker. "Gus said we'd be arrested if we did. We thought we would just keep quiet about it. But somehow the news got out around White Falls. Lem Barr never did tell us, and he saw a chance to start trouble. He kept hinting to folks. Then that man Harmon came here to inquire about his friend. We pretended like we didn't know anything about the man named Merriman, but he insisted upon staying overnight. Gus put him in room 7. Why room 7? Inquired Mr. Parker. Just to be contrary, I reckon. He knew it would plague me. Then what happened? During the night, Mr. Harmon disappeared, just like his friend. Mrs. Comstock resumed her story. We think maybe they both jumped into the river. Mr. Harmon certainly was not the type to do anything like that, declared Mr. Parker. Have you had the river dredged? No, Gus thought we ought to hush the matter up. If we started dragging the river, folks would know something was wrong. They will realize it anyway, said Mr. Parker. Surely, you must know that you can't keep 2 disappearances secret. Your failure to report to the police tends to throw suspicion upon you. You don't think we had anything to do with it, the woman exclaimed indignantly. My opinion doesn't matter. However, I'm afraid that the police will be inclined to question the story. As I say, your attempt to keep the matter secret may count heavily against you. But we only did it to protect our business, Mrs. Comstock wailed. No one ever would stop here overnight if they knew about those missing men. I agree with you there, said Mr. Parker dryly. How about taking a look at room number 7, suggested Jerry. See here, Mr. Comstock spurted angrily. We'll not have you meddling. Paying no heed to the man, Mr. Parker requested Mrs. Comstock to show them room number 7. They all followed her upstairs. While her father and Jerry made an inspection of the room, Penny slipped away to find Laura. How are things going here? She asked the girl. Better, as far as I'm concerned, Laura replied. Mrs. Comstock is so upset she's not quite as bossy as before. Will she be arrested? I don't know, Penny admitted. However, I assume both she and her husband will be wheeled off to jail just as soon as Dad reports this to the authorities. In a way, it's a shame, Laura said slowly. I have no love for the Comstocks, but I doubt that they had anything to do with what happened in room number 7. Penny chatted on for a few minutes longer with her friend and then hastened back to room 7. Her father and Jerry had finished their inspection and Mrs. Comstock was locking the door. I appreciate your position, madam, Penny heard her father say. I can see that premature publicity in this case might actually thwart justice. Then you'll not go to the police? The woman pleaded. I can make no such promise. However, it is not my present intention to turn over this information to the authorities for at least the next 24 hours. I'll do anything you say if only you do not expose us to the police. I shall expect you to give full cooperation to my reporter, Jerry Livingston. He may do a little sleuthing around here today. The neighbors may suspect, Mrs. Comstock murmured anxiously. I don't see what he expects to learn, Gus Comstock added disagreeably. Merriman and Harmer jumped into the river. It's as plain as the nose on your face. A trifle too plain, perhaps, said Mr. Parker dryly. Taking temporary leave of the Comstocks, he led Penny and the young reporter back to the automobile for a conference. Well, Dad, what do you think of Mr. and Mrs. Comstock? Penny inquired. I'm inclined to believe they had nothing to do with the Harmon disappearance, but that makes the case baffling. Will you notify the police? Not immediately. I plan to keep the whole thing dark for 24 hours and then blow off the lid. There's some sinister things going on in the house, and if we're lucky enough to learn what it's all about, we should scoop every other paper in Riverview. Just how are we going to learn what's going on? Jerry asked gloomily. Mr. Parker gave a quizzical glance. That's where you come in, Jerry, my lad, he said. Tonight, You're sleeping in room number 7. Do, 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 do.
Chapter 15.
The face in the mirror. I'm sleeping where? Demanded Jerry. In room 7, repeated Mr. Parker with a smile. You'll come back with a quirky story. If I come back at all, said Jerry significantly. You needn't attempt it unless you wish, declared the newspaper owner, speaking soberly. I know it's dangerous business, Jerry. I'm game for it. I thought you would be, Jerry. You'll be armed, of course. I'll station guards somewhere around the house. Isn't that apt to give the whole thing away? Jerry asked. It isn't likely anything will happen if it's known we're watching the place. The opposing papers may get wind of it too, Penny added. Then your scoop will be exploded like a soap bubble. Perhaps you're right, Mr. Parker admitted. It would be better to have no guards in evidence. But I can't let you take too much risk, Jerry. Dad, I know how you could do it and keep folks from suspecting that the house was being watched. How? You might give a big party here tonight. It would be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. I don't get your idea, Mr. Parker said, mystified. Penny eagerly outlined her plan. For weeks, Dad, you've been saying you intended to entertain your staff. Now, Mrs. Comstock's house was just made for a wonderful ghosty party. Louise and I can plan all the entertainment and serve the refreshments. Everything would be run off just like an ordinary party. But the townspeople wouldn't suspect what was behind it all, and neither would the reporters of the opposing papers. All the while the party was in progress, Jerry could be keeping his eyes open, and if anything went wrong while he was staying in that room, there would be any number of helpers at hand. Well, I don't know, Mr. Parker said doubtfully. It sounds a bit fantastic to me. Your thought would have been to have a party last all night? Into the wee hours of the morning at least. Oh, Dad, it would work out beautifully. The folks invited to the party wouldn't need to know anything about why Jerry was in the house. Penny was such a persuasive talker that after Jerry had said he considered the idea a good one, Mr. Parker reluctantly gave his consent. Arrangements were made with Mrs. Comstock, who, since her meeting with the newspaper owner, had been reduced to a state of willing vessel. I'll leave all the plans for the party in your hands, Penny, her father said. Can you take care of it in such a short time? Yes, you invite the newspaper gang and I'll do the rest. You might sign over a couple of blank checks. I'll have to arrange with the caterers to bring the food in. Armed with ample funds and a great zest for the enterprise, Penny lost no time in making preparations for the big party. However, she was not so busy that she'd forgotten to call for a moment at Mudcat Joe's shed on her way back to Riverview. The Gates family not being in evidence, she wrote a hasty note telling Mudcat where she had seen a house resembling the one that he had lost. Tacking it to the shed door, she then hastened on home. Mrs. Weems and Louise both came to Penny's assistance, helping her contact caterers and plan the entertainment. Even if it isn't Halloween, we'll have ghost stunts and the like, Penny declared. That reminds me that I must buy candles. Mrs. Comstock's dreadful furniture won't seem so bad under soft illumination. By 7 o'clock, everything was in readiness for the party. Mr. Parker had issued the invitation to all the members of the Star staff who would not be required for the plant, and nearly 30 persons were expected. A caterer had filled Mrs. Comstock's kitchen to overflowing with good things to eat, and the house had been suitably decorated. A 5-piece orchestra was on hand to provide music for dancing. Penny, so tired that she was ready to drop, still radiated enthusiasm. There, I can't think of anything left undone, she declared, checking over the supplies in Mrs. Comstock's kitchen. Louise and Laura had been aiding her with the task while Jerry Livingston leaned idly against the table, now and then helping himself to a frosted cake or an apple. "Jerry, we'll run short of food if you don't give that appetite of yours a rest," Penny said teasingly. "I have to have my strength to fortify my courage," he replied, grinning. "Anyway, this may be the last food I'll ever eat." "Don't say such a thing even in fun," Penny chided. Jerry glanced out of the window. "Swell night for something to happen," he said. "Dark, rainy, wind howling, and a nice bed waiting for little Jerry in room number 7. "I almost wish you weren't doing it," Penny murmured. Before Jerry could reply, an automobile filled with young people drove up to the door. The girls ran outside to greet the guest, and after that a steady stream of guests arrived. For the first 3 hours, the newcomers were entertained with dancing, and when that form of amusement began to pall, Penny introduced a series of games and stunts. She was kept so busy that she caught only occasional glimpses of her father or Jerry. However, shortly after 10 o'clock, she became aware that the young reporter had disappeared. She felt quite certain that he had taken himself to room number 7, there to maintain his vigil. Seeking her father, Penny confirmed the fact. "Yes, Jerry's up there now," Mr. Parker agreed, "but I'm fairly certain nothing of consequence will develop." "Why do you think that, Dad?" "Oh, I believe it was a mistake having a party here. Not that it isn't going over big. You've done a great job, Penny, but I can't see that it will contribute towards our scoop." Penny was disappointed by her father's attitude. "Do the Comstocks know that Jerry is staying in room 7? She asked quietly. "We didn't tell them. They probably suspect by now, though, for I instructed Jerry to advertise his presence by turning on the lights." "Just what did you hope might happen tonight, Dad?" "Well, I thought someone might try to enter room 7. Jerry has a gun, and we rigged up the camera trap. And he needs to do is touch it off. But, as I say, our plans probably will be wasted." "Perhaps not," Penny replied. "Is anyone besides Jerry keeping guard?" "No, he's alone in the room. I intend to go up there every hour just to make sure that he's all right." Penny had no further opportunity to talk, for she was needed to help with the entertainment. Hastening to the parlor, she saw that all the lights save one candle had been extinguished. "You're just in time, Penny," called one of the friends. "We thought of some games of our own." "That's fine," declared Penny. "What's this one?" "Oh, that old Halloween stunt," she was informed. "You hold a mirror and a candle and see the face of your beloved. Your turn will be the next after Louise." Penny laughed as she observed how the stunt was worked, and in the darkness a young man slipped behind the girl who was gazing in the mirror, and the reflection which she beheld was his own. The game seemed rather silly to Louise, but she pretended to be in the spirit of it, and when her turn came, took her place not far from the window. Holding the candle in front of her, she stared into the mirror. Suddenly she screamed, and the looking glass dropped from her hand to the floor. All the color drained from her cheeks. "Why, what's the matter, Louise?" exclaimed Penny. "Didn't you see the face of your sweetheart?" "I saw a horrible leering creature," Louise shuddered. "Why, that was only Billy Evans, the sports reporter," Penny laughed. Louise glanced nervously over her shoulder and hastily retreated to the chair by the wall. A shout of laughter went up at Billy Evans' expense, but Penny noticed her chum did not join in. "Let's try some other game," she suggested quickly, and before everyone could demur, switched on the electric lights. At the first opportunity, Penny drew Louise into the hallway. "You weren't pretending, Lou," she said in a whisper. "You really saw something in that mirror." "Yes," answered Louise, glancing uneasily up and down the empty hallway. "It was just as I said, a horrible leering face." "You're certain it wasn't the reflection of Bill Evans?" Penny asked. Louise gave a scornful glance. "I saw his face in the mirror too, but naturally that wasn't what frightened me. Someone was watching from the window." Do, 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 do.
Chapter 16.
Serious complications. Penny questioned her chum further, but could not shake Louise's firm conviction regarding the reflection she had viewed in the mirror. The girls quietly sought Mr. Parker and communicated the information to him. "I'll take a look around the house," he promised. Within 15 minutes he returned to report that no one could be found loitering near the premises. "Just the same, I feel uneasy," Penny confessed to her father when they were alone. "Louise isn't the type to imagine anything. I do wish Jerry hadn't decided to go through with this plan." "Well, we might call it off," decided Mr. Parker. "I really doubt any good will be gained by his spending the night in room 7. It was just one of those happy ideas which didn't seem to work out. "Shall I run up and tell him now?" Penny asked. "Might as well, I guess." Leaving the group of merrymakers below, Penny climbed the stairs. A light was burning in the room occupied by Mr. and Mrs. Comstock, who had agreed to remain in their quarters during the party. The remainder of the upper floor was dark. Penny rapped lightly on the door of room 7. "Jerry," she called softly. There was no response. Penny knocked again on the door and called in a louder voice, "Jerry." Still there was no answer, and in sudden fear she twisted the doorknob. "Why, it's locked!" she exclaimed. "Jerry! Jerry! Are you all right?" A wave of terror swept over Penny. Something had happened to the reporter. She felt certain of it. Turning, she raced downstairs to find her father. He was talking to the society editor, but upon seeing the expression on his daughter's face, he instantly excused himself and joined her in the deserted hallway. "What is it, Penny?" "Come quick, Dad." "What has happened to Jerry?" "I don't know. I'm afraid of it. When I rapped on the door, he didn't answer." "The scamp probably fell asleep. Don't get so excited, Penny." "The door was locked, Dad." "Locked? That's funny." Mr. Parker started up the stairway 2 steps at a time. He tried the door to room number 7, calling sharply, "Jerry! Jerry!" When his hard pounding failed to produce results, he turned towards Penny and saw that he too was excited. "Something is wrong," he muttered. "This door shouldn't be locked. Gus Comstock has a key, I think. We'll rout him out." Mr. Parker darted down the hall and rapped on the door of Mr. and Mrs. Comstock's room. After a moment, Gus opened it, peering at the pair with undisguised hostility. "Now, what do you want?" he demanded. "Ain't it enough that you bring a noisy, carousing bunch of folks here without bothering us when we're in bed?" Gus Comstock had not been in bed, for he was fully dressed. Mr. Parker did not take issue with him. "Do you have a key to room 7, he demanded. "Yes." "Then open the door for us." "And be quick about it," Mr. Parker commanded. "We're afraid something has happened in there." "Again?" shrieked Mrs. Comstock from the bed. "Oh, oh, this will ruin us." "Don't stand there staring, man," Mr. Parker said impatiently to Gus. "Give me the key, or I'll have to break the door down." Mr. Comstock retreated into the depths of the bedroom and reappeared with master key. His wife, drawing a ragged dressing gown over her nightdress, followed the group down the hallway. Gus unlocked the door of room 7 and switched on the lights. All eyes focused upon the great mahogany bed. It was empty. "Jerry was gone!" Penny exclaimed. Mrs. Comstock uttered a shriek of terror, collapsing in her husband's arms. "Drop the hysterics," Mr. Parker ordered grimly. "That is, unless you want everyone in the house to learn what has happened." "We'll be ruined, ruined," Mrs. Comstock moaned, but she kept her voice at a low pitch. Mr. Parker's gaze moved swiftly about the bedroom. There was no evidence of any struggle. The bedspread showed where Jerry had been resting. Evidently he had removed his shoes before laying down, for they had been set neatly by the post. Mr. Parker jerked up the pillow. Beneath it was Jerry's revolver. "This is the queerest thing I've ever encountered," the newspaper man muttered. "No shots fired, not a sound from this room, yet Jerry disappeared from under our own noses." Maybe he jumped out the window like those other fellows did, Gus Comstock suggested. Mr. Parker gave him a scornful glance and did not dignify his comment with a response. Telling Penny to remain in room 7 and to touch nothing, he ran downstairs to contact several reporters whom he knew could be trusted to search the premises. Returning again to the bedroom, he went on with his inspection. Carefully, he examined the camera apparatus which had been set up. "Here's something," he exclaimed. "Did the flash bulb go off?" Penny asked eagerly. "Yes, Jerry evidently pulled the trigger which was connected with the bed. We'll rush the plates to the darkroom. Dad, do you notice a peculiar odor in here?" Penny questioned. "Now that you mention it, yes, a faint perfume." "How do you account for it?" "I don't know," said Mr. Parker shortly. "I make no pretensions of being a detective. This is a case for the police." "No, no," pleaded Mrs. Comstock. "My husband and I would be blamed for everything which has happened here, and I swear we were innocent." "Oh, please don't notify the police, Mr. Parker." "The only reason I won't might be because I fear they would bungle the case," the newspaper owner replied. "We need a very clever detective. I'll send for Gregory Kane." Having completed his inspection, Mr. Parker shooed everyone from the room, locking the door and pocketing the key. Then he telephoned his well-known friend, the detective, explaining briefly what had occurred at the old mansion. "The police haven't been called in yet," he said. "Bring your fingerprint equipment and get over here as quickly as you can, Greg." At her father's suggestion, Penny made it clear to the guests that the party was over. A few of the reporters were quietly asked to remain, while the others motored back to the city. To one of the star's photographers, Fred Herod, Mr. Parker entrusted the plates taken from room 7. "Develop these right away and see what they have," he directed. "The solution of the case may depend upon your work." "I'll get to the Riverview as soon as I can. Wait at the office for me." The reporters who had been sent to search the vicinity returned to report that they had found no trace of Jerry Livingston. "Keep searching," Mr. Parker ordered. "Until Jerry is found, you'll be on duty 24 hours a day, picking up any clues you can. Hawks, round up a man who knows the river and start dragging." "Oh, Dad," Penny murmured, "you don't think—" "No," he answered. "I believe that Jerry is still alive, but we can't afford to overlook anything. You see, by delaying the notification to the police, I'm assuming a responsibility which might result in a jail sentence, not to mention ill will of the public. We must find Jerry and solve the case quickly. If I didn't believe that Gregory Kane is a better detective than anyone on the police force, I'd never take matters into my own hands so ruthlessly." "I know a local man who is familiar with every ripple and shoal in the Cobalt," Penny said. "Mudcat Joe. He could be trusted not to talk. However, he has no equipment." "But can take care of that," Mr. Parker replied. He sent Penny with one of the reporters to contact Joe at once. Despite the late hour, the shantyboat man was roused out of his quarters without explanation, and without very much of what had occurred, Penny requested him to drag the river. "It's sure hard work and rowing back and forth all day," Mudcat sighed, "and it'll keep me from a-hunting for my own boat. But you've been mighty good to Jenny and me and the young'uns, miss. I'll get at it as soon as daylight comes." "You've not found the River Queen yet?" Penny asked, mechanically climbing back into the car. "No. I was much obliged to you for the note you left, but when I got to the Snark River, there was none sight of no houseboat." "My father will pay you well for your work," she told him. "Perhaps you'll earn enough money to buy lumber for a new boat." Mudcat Joe's problem had slipped far into the back of Penny's mind. At another time she would have wondered what had become of the houseboat which she and Louise had viewed from the bridge, but now her thoughts were concerned solely with Jerry Livingston. The events of the night seemed unreal, almost a nightmare. What had become of the missing reporter? She could not believe that his body would have been found in the river, yet as her father had said, they could not afford to overlook any possibility. Penny felt ill with dread and worry. Arriving at the mansion once more, she learned that Gregory Kane had come during her absence. He hasn't run into a single worthwhile clue so far, Mr. Parker told Penny. He thinks our best bet may be the photograph Jerry snapped. We'll run over to the Star office now and see how it turned out. What will be done with Mr. and Mrs. Comstock? Greg is questioning them now. And Laura? She'll stay here too, at least until Greg has talked with her. Taking Louise with them, Mr. Parker and his daughter made a record-breaking trip to Riverview. Leaving the girl at her own home, they went on to the Star office. Many of the rooms were dark, for the final edition had been run off the presses hours before, but lights burned on the second floor where the photographers had their quarters. As Penny and her father entered, Fred Harrod emerged from the darkroom, his hands dripping wet. How did it turn out? Mr. Parker demanded eagerly. Well, there's something on the plate. Come on and look at it. Penny and her father stepped into the darkroom. Fred lifted the plate from the developer tray and held it in front of the red light. It can't make much of it myself, he confessed. Looks like a picture gallery. Penny peered over her father's shoulder as they both studied the plate. Why, it's the east wall of the room, she exclaimed. A photograph of those 4 horrid paintings. You're right, agreed Mr. Parker in disappointment. Our clue, the best one we had, amounts to absolutely nothing. Do, 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 do.
Chapter 17.
A worthless lead. Even after the plate was significantly fixed so that it could be safely exposed to bright light, Penny and her father were unable to find anything in the picture which offered a clue to the mysterious disappearance of Jerry. We'll print it up, Fred, Mr. Parker said, but unless Gregory Kane is a lot smarter than I can't see that the photograph will be of any use to him. Until now, the newspaper man had maintained a forced cheerfulness, but his confidence that Jerry would be found had received a hard jolt. He had counted heavily upon the photograph. I blame myself for what's happened, he told Penny as they drove towards home. It was a crazy idea of mine putting Jerry in that room alone. If we don't find him, we'll find him, Dad, Penny said determinedly. We must. I don't give a hang about the story now. I've sacrificed 100 scoops to prevent a thing like this from occurring. It wasn't your fault, Dad. You mustn't blame yourself. I'll solve the case if it's the last thing I ever do, Mr. Parker declared with returning anger. It isn't sense that 3 persons can disappear under exactly the same circumstances and leave no clue. The car had reached the Parker residence. Aren't you coming in? Penny asked as her father opened the door for her. No, I'm going back to White Falls, he replied. Maybe there's nothing I can do, but I prefer to remain on the scene. Let me know if Jerry is found or if anything new develops. The very instant Mr. Parker promised. Penny slept fitfully during the few hours which remained of the night. She kept hoping that her father would telephone, but the morning came and no word had been received from him. She was just sitting down to a lonely breakfast when Mr. Parker's car was heard on the driveway. He came into the house a moment later, looking tired and worn, his eyes bloodshot from the lack of sleep. Any news, Dad? She asked quickly. No, he responded dejectedly. That is, nothing of consequence. He sat down at the breakfast table, saying to Mrs. Weems, who had come in from the kitchen, just a cup of strong black coffee, please. Dad, you should eat some breakfast, Penny protested. Mr. Parker shook his head. I don't feel like it. Hasn't anything developed at all, Penny asked, shrinking down into a chair beside her father. Not in regards to Jerry. Gregory Kane is of the opinion We may never see him again, or if we do, his body will be taken from the river." "Oh, Dad!" "Mudcat was starting to drag the river when I left. That means it won't be long until everyone in the village will know what has happened. Not that it matters much, I guess. However, when the police get wind of the affair, I may have some tall explaining to do." "Dad, does Gregory Kane think the Comstocks had any part in Jerry's disappearance?" "Not that I can get out of him. He did force Gus Comstock to reveal where Harmon's car was hidden. It was found in the woods some distance off a side road. Comstock claims he disposed of the automobile merely to avoid questioning by the police. His story has been the same always," Penny acknowledged, "but I don't trust that fellow. Greg learned one fact which may interest you." "What is that, Dad?" "The Comstocks are not the owners of the old mansion." "They aren't? Well, that is a surprise. The Comstocks are merely caretakers. They're listed as live-ins. And there so long they came to regard the house particularly as their own." "Who's the owner?" "A woman named Irene Faraday, living in Baltimore." "I wonder if she has any idea of what's been going on at her place." "No, the Comstocks have kept her in ignorance, fearing that they might cost them their jobs. You see, they opened the house as a tourist place without Mrs. Faraday's consent." "That was a high-handed thing to do, although quite in keeping with Gus Comstock's character." "Yes, he figured Mrs. Faraday never would find out, for she hasn't visited the house since she left nearly 10 years ago." "Why has she kept the place occupied, I wonder? Sentimental reasons, I suppose." "Mrs. Faraday was married in that house. 2 of her children died there, and likewise her husband." "Not in room 7, Penny said with a shiver. "No, not to my knowledge. At one time the house was considered quite a show place, but some 10 years ago or more, restrictions were removed and shop buildings went up beside the dwelling. The river cut in closer too. Mrs. Faraday then moved to Baltimore. Yes, she employed the Comstocks as caretakers and leaving everything in their charge, went east and never returned." "The house was furnished, Dad?" "Yes, the Comstocks have admitted to Gregory Kane that everything, furniture, paintings, even the glassware, belongs to Mrs. Faraday." "I'd rather thought the Comstocks had never finished that house. However, I can't say much for Mrs. Faraday's taste in paintings. Some of those portraits are mere daubs in expensive frames." "You're wrong, Penny," smiled her father. "Your friend Lem, the cafe owner, told me those paintings had considerable value." "They may have cost money, but Dad, can't you see how atrocious they are?" "They didn't appeal to me," Mr. Parker admitted. "However, I don't pretend to know about art." "Even a blind man could tell those paintings aren't art," insisted Penny. "If they're supposed to be valuable, then someone must have cheated Mrs. Faraday. Well, at any rate, she considers them worth enough to merit keeping a caretaker for 10 years. The Comstocks receive only a small salary and the use for the property. That was one reason why they began taking in tourists. They needed extra money." "I wish I knew if Gus Comstock owns that shed where Mudcat Joe and his family live," Penny said thoughtfully. "I doubt if the man has any property of his own." "So do I," declared Penny, feelingly. "The chances are he was trying to drive Joe off the property belonging to Mrs. Faraday. Maybe as caretaker he had the right to, but it seems to me he's suddenly taking his duties very seriously. Yes, considering that he has been unfaithful to the trust in other ways. Someone should let Mrs. Faraday know about how the old mansion is being operated." "I suggested to Gregory Kane that we try to get in touch with her," Mr. Parker declared. "He didn't believe it would do any good. She should be informed just on general principle. it seems to me. Dad, would you care if I sent her a telegram? Go ahead if you like, Mr. Parker agreed. Here is her address, or at least it's the one that Mrs. Comstock gave Greg. He handed Penny a slip of paper and, drinking the last of his coffee, hurriedly arose from the table. I'll be at the office for an hour, he said. After that, I'll probably return to White Falls. When the breakfast dishes had been cleared away, Penny backed her own car from the garage and drove over to Louise's. Together the girls composed the telegram to Mrs. Faraday and dispatched it. She'll think the worst when she receives our message, Louise said uneasily. What if she should come here? I hope she does decide to come, said Penny. It's time Mrs. Faraday checks up on the Comstocks. After the telegram had been sent, there was nothing more to occupy their minds. Both Louise and Penny fretted at the inactivity. If only we could do something to help, Louise commented. It's so hard to just sit and wait and hope. We could drive over to White Falls, Penny suggested. I'd rather be there than here. So would I. By this time the girls knew every inch of the road between Riverview and White Falls and could make the drive in excellent time. They were approaching the Cobalt River near the locality where Mud Cat Joe had made his temporary home when Penny suddenly applied the brakes. Louise regarded her in surprise. You're stopping there again today? She inquired. Then she saw that Penny's gaze was riveted upon the roadside directly ahead. Jenny Gates, her 3 children gathered close beside her, sat dejectedly on an old log. Not far away were all their worldly possessions, a rusty stove, 2 cots, bedding, and a box of cooking pans. Something seems to be wrong, said Penny anxiously. It looks to me as if Mudcat and his family have been put out of their home. Do, 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 do.
Chapter 18.
Dispossessed. As the girls alighted from the car and moved towards Jenny Gates and her children, one glance assured them that the shed bore a new door which had been boarded and nailed shut. Why, Jenny, you're not dispossessed, Penny exclaimed in amazement. The woman's disconsolated face brightened at the sight of the girls. The sheriff done it, she said. He snuck up here right after Joe went out on the river this morning. He says we can't live here no more. This must be Gus Comstock's work, replied Penny indignantly. Yet one would think he would be well occupied with his own brand of troubles. Probably he notified the sheriff before Jerry's disappearance, remarked Louise. Maybe the day when he tumbled into the water. Yes, that would be my guess, Penny nodded. But it doesn't help the matter. Once an order goes into effect, it's hard to get it rescinded. I don't know what'll become of us now, Jenny said dejectedly. Wish we had our houseboat, ma'am. Ma, Jed added wistfully. Don't talk about it, Jed, his mother replied. Dreaming about your troubles is sure bad luck. Last night I seen that there boat just as plain as day. There she was, laying in a cove, just as neat and trim as the day she vanished. Then I hears Joe a-snoring like a bullfrog with Adirondacks. There, when I come to know it, it was just a dream. I felt mighty low. It's strange about the River Queen, Penny said thoughtfully. Louise and I both believe we saw it, or one which resembled it closely, down on the Snark River. Joe gets lots of reports about it, the woman sighed. Seems like that boat was a way a-vanishing and coming back and a-vanishing before his kin get to where it ain't. Despite her own worries and reluctant to devote any time to the problem of the missing houseboat, Penny decided to take the troubles of the Gates family under her shoulder. Now, don't you do any worrying, Jenny. she said comfortingly. "Before nightfall, I'll find you another place for you to live, and we'll do our best to get you back on the river before long." "That's mighty sweet of you, Miss Penny," returned Jenny. "I really don't see why you put yourself out for the likes of we uns. You ain't a beholden to us for nothin' I can make out, but I guess some folks is that way. Doin' a good turn comes natural to 'em." "It isn't all one-sided," replied Penny. "Your husband is doing a great favor for us, too." Leaving Mrs. Gates and her children to guard their meager possessions, the girls resumed their journey. "You've left yourself in for trouble, in my opinion," voiced Louise. "It won't be easy to find a new home for the Gates family. No one will want them when they can't pay rent." "I know," Penny agreed, "but someone has to look after them." It was a mean trick for Gus Comstock to set the sheriff on them. "I suspect the property belongs to Mrs. Faraday." "Then couldn't you force Gus Comstock to allow the family to remain in the shed?" "I suppose I could, Lou, because the man is pretty meek since all this new trouble came up. But it's scarcely worth the effort. The old shed never was a suitable place for anyone to live. It will be easier to find a new home for Joe and his family." "Just where do you propose to discover this new home?" "It'll have to be along the river, or Joe would pine away. There are quite a number of shacks and cottages on the banks of the Cobalt. Who will pay the rent?" "We'll meet that problem when it comes. Let's start searching for a suitable place now. Incidentally, we'll keep our eyes and ears open for any information regarding Jerry." "What could we hope to learn, Penny?" "Well, there's an outside chance he's being held a prisoner in some old shack along the river." "You're assuming he was spirited away from the old mansion?" protested Louise. "How could anyone have entered the house without so many persons on guard? Have you forgotten that face you saw in the mirror, Lou?" "I'll never forget it," replied Louise with a shiver. "But the person I saw must have been standing at the window. I'm sure he wasn't in the room." Can't you describe the face, Lou?" "No, it all happened so quickly. I just caught a fleeting glimpse and then it was gone." "I believe you must have seen the person responsible for Jerry's disappearance," Penny said soberly. "And probably it's someone living right near White Falls." "I hope I never meet that fiend," Louise responded. "Just the recollection of that face gave me a horrible nightmare." "I'd attempt anything if it would bring Jerry back," Penny said grimly. She fell silent, occupied with her unpleasant thoughts. Selecting a roadside which took them along the river, the girls kept close watch for empty shacks. They found only one, a place very little better than an old shed where Mudcat Joe and his family had been living. "Let's try the other side of the river," Penny suggested. They drove across the steel bridge at the outskirts of White Falls, resuming their search. Finally, they came upon a woman who told them of a place further upriver. "It's a right smart little cottage," she declared. "Partly furnished, too, but the owner ain't been able to rent it 'cause the roof leaks, and when the river is high, it sometimes floods right into the yard." Penny jotted down the name of the man who owned the cottage and then, casually changing the subject, tried to learn if the woman had noticed anything amiss in the vicinity during the night of Jerry Livingston's disappearance. She had asked the same question many times that day and had no hope of receiving a favorable reply. However, the woman's words startled her. "Well, I can say I noticed anything out of the way, but folks thinks plenty about what's going on at the old mansion. It looks mighty queer to me that they're a dragging the river for a body. I said to my husband, says I, 'Chris, if folks was right smart, they'd ask a few questions of the Comstocks, especially about that motorboat which runs down the river at night.'" "Is a motorboat so unusual on the river?" inquired Penny. "No, miss, it ain't. But when the engine is muffled, there's usually a reason for it. I saw the boat 3 separate times. She was cruising around Old Mansion, and with no lights. I said to my husband, I says, Chris, there's something mighty queer about the way that boat acts. When did you notice the motorboat? I heard it last night around midnight. The other 2 times was quite a spell ago. Penny asked other questions, trying not to reveal anything which would increase the woman's suspicion that things were queer at the old mansion. She and Louise both were excited over the information, for they had forgotten Laura Blair's claim that on the night of Mr. Harmon's disappearance from the house, she had heard an unusual river sound. Could it be that that mysterious craft had some connection with the fate of the 3 men who had vanished from the old mansion? Penny determined to place her clue in the hands of the detective Gregory Kane. First, however, the girls visited the cottage further up the river. They found it fairly presentable, almost directly opposite the old mansion. This should serve the Gates family nicely if only arrangements can be made with the owner, Penny declared. The man was located in White Falls. The girls were pleased to find him a most reasonable individual. He knew Mudcat Joe, and learning of his plight, agreed that in return for certain repair work and a weekly mess of fish, the family might occupy the cottage for the remaining of the summer. Before returning to Jeanie Gates with the good news, Penny called out at the old mansion. Gregory Kane chanced to be there and listened intently as she related the information given her regarding the motorboats. I'll look into that angle, he said, but in a tone which convinced Penny he did not consider the clue of great significance. She did not need to inquire if any progress had been made in the case, for the detective's general air of discouragement told the story. After a hasty luncheon, the girls returned to the Gates shed, and they were entirely repaid for their trouble when they witnessed the family's joy upon hearing that new quarters had been secured. Jed ran down to the river's edge to signal his father, and soon Mudcat Joe rode up to the landing. How we going to get all of our truck down to the cabin? Jenny asked. I can take everything in my car except livestock, Penny declared. Joe, I suggest you attach a raft to your rowboat and tow the chickens, the goat, and the pigs. I don't know how that goat'll ride, Mudcat said doubtfully, but we can give her a try. Penny loaded Jenny, the younger children, and the household possessions into her car and arrived at the cottage without mishap. In due time, Mudcat Joe and his son Jed and the strange floating zoo likewise reached the site, with the goat still aboard, albeit in a little frightened mood. This sure is a nice little lean-to, Mudcat declared, surveying his new domain. The roof, I can fix her up with a few shingles, and the walls ain't got many chinks. It's a lot better than living in a cowshed. It's a right pretty little house, Jenny added. It's got running water and a sink. I never had nothing like that before, even on the River Queen. But we won't be up to paying no water bills. Oh, don't worry about that, Penny answered. I've taken care of all of those details. I don't see how we can ever pay you back, said the shanty boat man. You have paid me back already. Penny glanced at the old riverman's horny right hand, which had been blistered from steady rowing. She knew that he had toiled faithfully all day. I done a right smart chore of rowing, Joe agreed. One of them oars was rough, and then dragging ain't no fun. Penny started to turn away, but paused. Joe, she said, there's something else you could do for me if you're willing. I wish you would keep an eye out on the old mansion, especially at night. If you see anything unusual or suspicious, notify me or Detective Kane. The riverman promised that he would do as the girl requested. Tomorrow I'll get on with the dragon again, he said, following Penny and Louise to their car. But I figures I'd have found that body long before this if it was going to turn up. The sun was sinking low as the girls crossed the bridge and entered White Falls. We should be starting home, declared Louise. Yes, but since we're so late, why not have supper first? Penny proposed. It will fortify us for the ride. Not wishing to have Lamvar ask them inquisitive questions, they sought another cafe further down the street. By the time they had finished their meal and were starting for Riverview, it had grown quite dark. I know the road by heart, so there's no danger we'll get lost, Penny said, switching on the headlights. They had traveled perhaps 5 miles when it seemed to her that the car was bumping more than usual. It feels almost as if we have a flat tire, commented Louise. I was thinking the same thing, groaned Penny. She pulled up at the side of the road and alighted to examine the tires. To her relief, they were all sound. However, the tail light was not burning. Is the switch turned on? All the way, Louise, she called. I'll see, said her chum. She turned the button, but only succeeded in extinguishing the headlights. At that moment, another car came around the bend. Before Louise could switch the headbeams on again, it drew up at the side of the road some distance away. A man alighted and took a large bundle and a thermos jug from the rear of the car. Penny moved swiftly towards Louise's side, saying in a tense undertone, "Never mind those lights. Leave them off." "Why, what's the idea?" Louise demanded, and then observed that Penny was watching the man who had alighted from the other automobile. She did not recognize the person herself. Taking a paper wrapper bundle and a thermos jug, he abandoned the car by the roadside and disappeared into the woods. "Didn't you know him?" Penny demanded excitedly. "No. How could I see his face at this distance?" "Well, I did," Penny exclaimed. "I caught a glimpse of it as he stood for a moment in the headlight beam. The man was Sing Lee. Lou, and what wouldn't I give to learn what he was taking and what was in that thermos jug?" Do, 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 do.
Chapter 19.
Still, he's breaking no laws by doing it. I wonder what was in that bundle, Penny mused aloud. Food, perhaps? And to whom would he be taking it? Without answering her own question, the girl jerked open the car door and tugged at Louise's hand. "Come along," she commanded. "There's not a minute to lose." "Penny Parker, have you lost your mind?" Louise demanded indignantly. "What do you mean to do? Follow that Chinese man?" "I'm staying right here," declared Louise, holding back the "I never heard of such a crazy thing." "Just because Sing Lee has a package and a thermos bottle." Without taking time to reply, Penny started across the road towards the woods. Louise hesitated briefly, then, unwilling to be left behind, snatched a flashlight from the pocket of the car and hastily followed. "Wait, Penny," she called softly. "I'm coming. Hurry or we'll lose Sing Lee." In the dense woods it was very dark, but far ahead Penny could see the beam of a flashlight focused on the ground as the man who carried it walked swiftly along. "Penny, I don't know what's in your mind," Louise gasped, trying to keep up with her chum, "but whatever it is, it's a crazy idea." "It is crazy to try to find Jerry," Penny refuted. "Sing Lee may lead us straight to him." "You believe Sing Lee took Jerry as a prisoner? Why, that's fantastic. That food is meant for someone. If Sing Lee weren't up to something, why would he come here at night?" They were drawing closer to the Chinese man, so Louise did not reply. Yet to herself she admitted that Penny's idea might not be as ridiculous as it had seemed at first. In thinking back, she recalled Sing Lee had been rather an odd character, and it would not be too difficult to imagine that on the night of the party at the old mansion, the face that she had seen in the mirror might have been that of the Chinese man. Unaware that he was being trailed, Sing Lee moved deeper into the forest. Once he paused to listen, glancing backwards over his shoulders. The girls flattened themselves against a tree trunk and waited. There was no occasion for fear because the bark and the blackness gave them protection. Sing Lee seems to be headed towards the river, Penny observed as the man walked on again. She had not been mistaken in her bearings. Within a few minutes, the Chinese man reached the small tributary of the Cobalt River. He walked along the banks for some distance, coming to a cove which was heavily screened by overhanging bushes and a willow tree. Not until they had crept up very close did the girls distinguish the outline of a houseboat. They were both startled to come upon it so unexpectedly. Sing Lee whistled twice, and a shadowy figure appeared in the doorway of the shanty boat. A lantern light was beaming, and by its glow Penny and Louise saw that the man on the boat likewise was a Chinese man. A few words exchanged by the pair in their native tongue. Then Sing Lee went aboard the boat carrying a bundle and the thermos jug. "Well, what do you think of that?" Louise murmured under her breath. Risking detection, they crept closer. The houseboat scraped the high bank as it floated, and they were able to peer into one of the windows. In the room, which was lighted, 3 Chinese men sat at the table eating food brought by Sing Lee. The scene was not what Penny had expected to see. She had confidently believed that the laundryman had intended the content of the bundle and of the thermos for the prisoners. "For looks as if Sing Lee is just giving a few of his friends a treat," whispered Louise. "The joke is on you." She started to move away, but Penny detained her by holding her hand fast. "Look at the walls of that room, Lou." "What about them?" "They are prepared with sheets from mail-order catalogs." "That's so. And notice the porch? Petunias growing in the flower box," Louise observed. "They are not being watered in days, perhaps not since Mudcat Joe's River Queen disappeared. You think this is the missing boat? It certainly looks like it. But all houseboats are similar," Louise said. "This one has been freshly painted. Joe didn't mention anything like that." "Can't you guess why?" whispered Penny with increasing excitement. "The boat was painted to disguise its appearance." The girls quietly retreated from the banks of the stream. When they were safe distance away, they paused to consider their course. "I might be mistaken," Penny admitted, "but this boat fits Mudcat Joe's description of the River Queen. We ought to notify him at once." "He received so many false clues already," Louise protested. 2. In spite of their frantic haste, it required more than a half an hour to reach the Gates cottage. Mudcat Joe had just finished his supper when the car drove into the yard. He went outside to meet the girls and became highly excited when Penny told him of her belief that the River Queen lay in a cove on the Stark River. "I'll get down there and have a look at her," he declared. "Perhaps we ought to go with you," Penny said, thinking that the riverman might encounter trouble in the event the Chinese men had stolen his shanty boat. She suggested that he ride in their car, but this he did not wish to do, for unless the girls brought him back, he would have no way to return home. "I can get down there almost as quick in the rowboat," he insisted. "Current's running swift." Despite their wish to return without delay to Riverview, the girls decided it was their duty to accompany Mudcat. The man quickly launched the rowboat and steered for the middle of the river. He bent to the oars, his powerful muscles sending the craft downstream in little spurts of speed. Penny turned to glance towards Old Mansion, where a few lights glowed. The house had a deceptive appearance of peace and tranquility. The night was cold and penetrating. A breeze which rippled the water served also to chill Penny and Louise long before the boat came to the mouth of the Snark River. They had neglected to bring wraps. Coming the length to the tributary, Mudcat Joe steered the boat into a narrow stream. Penny and Louise began to peer ahead anxiously, for they knew they must be drawing close to the cove where they had seen the houseboat. They swung around a bend. Penny leaned forward, trying to pierce the darkness. "This was the place," she whispered. "But there was no houseboat here," exclaimed Louise. "Why, what became of it?" Fearing they might have been mistaken in the locality, the girls had Mudcat row further up the stream. It soon became evident that the boat had vanished. Deeply chagrined, Louise and Penny were grateful that the riverman did not chide them. "This ain't the first time I've been on a wild goose chase looking for the houseboat," he said with forced cheerfulness. "But it was here an hour ago," Penny insisted. A gloomy silence took possession of the three as Mudcat Joe headed the boat towards the Cobalt River once more. It would be hard row back to the cottage where the girls had left their car. They reflected it might be midnight before they arrived home. As for Joe, he was tired and worn from his long day on the river, and their failure to find his beloved houseboat could not help but depress him. The boat presently reached the mouth of the tributary. Mudcat steered out into the main stream, setting his course at an angle across the Cobalt. Penny and Louise huddled together to protect themselves from the wind. They had fallen into sort of a lethargic state of morbid drowsiness when they became aware of a sudden break in the smooth rhythm of Mudcat's rowing. The man stowed his oars, peering across the dark, swirling waters. "Just for a minute I thought I'd seen something in the water," he observed. "Reckon it must have been a big fish." Penny and Louise stirred themselves, stretching their cramped limbs. With interest they glanced across the rippling waters. As the riverman rested for a moment from his labors, the current caught the boat and swung it sideways. Suddenly Penny leaned forward and gave a little cry. "There is something struggling in the water. It's surely too large to be a—" She broke off, ending with a gasp of horror. "Joe, it's a man!" Do-do-do-do-do.
Chapter 20.
Flaming Eyes. "By George, if you ain't right!" exclaimed Mudcat Joe. "He's about done up, too." With a hard pull at the right oar, he sent the boat directly towards the man who was struggling in the water. The victim's face had been submerged. Only a white hand fluttered weakly above the surface. Penny tore off her shoes and stood up in the boat, ready to dive aboard. "Hold on," said Mudcat Joe calmly. "I'll get him. Long as the man's struggling, he ain't drowned." The riverman was now close enough to thrust an oar towards the victim, who seemed too spent to grasp it. The next moment the boat pulled alongside, and Mudcat managed to grasp the man by an arm. "I got him," he said grimly. "Steady now, or you'll upset the boat." Mudcat Joe was a heavy man. An added weight of the limp figure very nearly capsized the craft, but Penny and Louise kept to the opposite side, trying to maintain balance. The boat wobbled and jerked convulsively. Finally, Mudcat Joe succeeded in pulling the relaxed figure over the gunwale. He stretched the man on the bottom of the boat, turning him so that his face was visible in the dim starlight. The girls took one glance and gave cries of dismay. "Jerry!" Penny exclaimed. A wave of mingled joy and terror swept over her. To have found the reporter seemed nothing short of a miracle, but his condition was deplorable. There was a deep gash across Jerry Livingston's forehead, and his breathing was light and fluttery. "Your coat, Joe," she commanded, covering from her first shock. "We must keep him as warm as we can." The riverman stripped off the garment, and Penny wrapped it about Jerry's own wet clothes. Then, kneeling beside the figure, she began to apply artificial respiration, timing her movements with the reporter's labored breathing. "We must get him to a doctor," she said to Mudcat Joe. The riverman nodded and bent the oars with energy. It was a hard battle against the current, with the boat riding low in the water. Louise tried to help Penny, but there was very little she could do. "What could have happened?" she murmured. "How do you suppose he came to be in the river?" Penny did not answer, for she felt Jerry stir. He gave a low moan and muttered something which she could not distinguish. But a moment later the word was clear enough. "Eyes," he murmured. "Flaming eyes! Looking at me! Looking at me!" "Why, he's out of his head," Louise whispered. "Yes, I'm afraid he's in a bad condition," Penny said anxiously. "That gash in his head looks deep. I hope it won't become infected from the dirty river water." At this particular point, there was no cabins or houses along the Cobalt. Penny scanned the shore for a sign of light, and seeing nothing, decided that Jerry must be taken either to Old Mansion or to Joe's cottage. Facilities were much better at the former place, but intuition warned her that it might be wise to keep the news of Jerry's reappearance from Mr. and Mrs. Comstock as long as possible. What had occurred in room 7 on that eventful night of the party, Jerry alone knew the answer, but whether or not the secret would remain forever locked in his brain, she could not guess. The reporter had suggested a great shock, in addition to his experience in the water. What was evident ever to her untrained eye? Jerry's lips were moving again. Penny bent closer. "Boat," he murmured. "Boat." "Yes, you're in a boat," Penny said soothingly, rubbing his icy hands and trying to restore circulation. "You're with friends, Jerry." The reporter's eyes fluttered open, but there was no recognition in his glance as he stared at Penny. "Boat," he muttered again. "Houseboat." The word startled Mudcat Joe and the two girls. They waited tensely, but with a tired sigh, Jerry's eyelids closed again. His head rolled restlessly back and forth on the floor of the boat. He spoke no more. "Why, your finger," he said that, asked the riverman in low tones. "I don't know," said Penny slowly. Her thoughts leapt back to the houseboat which she and Louise had observed in the Snark River only an hour earlier. The boat had mysteriously vanished. A natural assumption was that it had taken to the main river once more. Was it possible that Jerry had been held prisoner aboard and somehow had managed to escape? Yet there had been no evidence of captives on the houseboat. The boat had 2 rooms, and Louise and I could see into one, and the other one was dark. Penny thought Jerry could have been held prisoner there, but it doesn't seem likely. Sing Lee appeared to be taking food to his friends. The possibility occurred to her that Jerry, while struggling in the water, battling to reach ashore, might have seen the houseboat leave the mouth of the Snark River. Perhaps he had attempted to signal the boat, and failing, had believed that his only hope of rescue was gone. Such an experience would likely to leave the houseboat imprinted indelibly upon his mind, and thus his strange muttering could be explained. But with this theory, there remained the disturbing question, why had Jerry been in the water at all? Where had he been held prisoner, and by whom? If Sing Lee did have anything to do with this, Gregory Kane might not wish him to learn that Jerry has been found, she reflected. Until I've talked with Dad, the best thing to do is to keep him under cover. She then asked Mudcat Joe if the reporter could be taken to the cottage and received a hearty assent. Watching Jerry anxiously as the boat made its slow progress up the river, Penny hoped that she had made no mistake in her decision. When she reached the cottage, she would summon a doctor at once, and if necessary, the reporter could be removed to the hospital. "A feller looks pretty well done in for me," observed Mudcat, as he pulled steadily on the oars. "I've fished plenty of 'em out of the river, but I've never seen one act like him before. I'm worried," Penny admitted soberly. After a trip which seemed endless, the boat at last scraped on sandy beach beside Mudcat Joe's cottage. "Bring a light, Jen," shouted the riverman. As the woman appeared in the doorway with a kerosene lamp, Mudcat Joe lifted Jerry from the boat and carried him into the cottage, the girls offering what assistance they could. "Jenny, don't just stand there a-gapin'," Mudcat said to his wife. "Get some blankets and heated stones for a bed." Jenny knew exactly what to do, for during her many years on the water, this was not the first time she had been called upon to minister to the needs of a river victim. "You get them wet clothes off of him," she told her husband. "He can have Jed's bed." With no ceremony, the boy was routed out of his snug nest and stood watching drowsy-eyed as his father rolled the stranger beneath the covers. Jenny heated stones in the oven, which she wrapped in towels and placed at Jerry's feet. She robbed the other beds of blankets, observing, "They ain't nothing better than a ailin' man to make 'em feel good as sweat." "I'll go for a doctor," said Penny. She and Louise made a quick trip in their car to White Falls, summoning the village physician, Dr. Hornsley. They took him to the cottage and then returned to the village once more so that Penny could telephone her father. "Jerry's been found?" Mr. Parker asked, a break in his voice. "That's the best news I've heard in 1,000 years." "He's in bad shape, Dad," Penny said. "Dr. Hornsley is examining him now. I'm afraid of the verdict." "You stay there until I can come, Penny. We'll have Jerry moved to Riverview Hospital and not spare the cost." Returning to Mudcat Joe's cottage, the girls arrived just as Dr. Hornsley was ready to leave. "How is he, Doctor?" Penny inquired anxiously. "His condition is grave," replied Dr. Hornsley, peering at her through his nose glasses. "The man has suffered a great shock." "But will he recover?" "He has a chance, unless pneumonia should develop. However, his mind—" Dr. Hornsley completed his meaning by giving a little shake of his head. "Oh, that would be dreadful," gasped Penny. "Well, he may improve after a lengthy rest," the doctor said cheerfully. "We will hope for the best. I wonder what happened to him." "We don't know, Doctor. He was struggling in the river when we found him. From the wound on his head, I assume he was struck by a hard blow with a blunt object. The skull is not fractured. At least, I'm able to determine it without an X-ray." "My father is coming from Riverview," Penny said. "With your approval, he plans to take Jerry to the hospital at once." "That would not be advisable, in my opinion. You will do the patient more harm by moving him than allowing him to remain." "But facilities are so limited here, Doctor." "Perhaps within 24 hours he may be transferred to the hospital," said Dr. Hornsley, "but certainly not tonight. I shall try to locate a nurse. In the meantime, you will remain here." "Yes, of course. I have explained to Mrs. Gates about the medicine. There is very little that can be done except to give the patient complete rest." Dr. Hornsley snapped shut his medical case, bowing politely as he bade Penny good evening. While Lois drove the physician back to White Falls, she remained at Jerry's bedside. The reporter's head had been neatly bandaged with white wrappings, accentuated the ashen color of his skin. It seemed to Penny almost as if she were gazing at a stranger. The man on the bed did not seem like Jerry Livingston. He just has to get well, she thought miserably. Jenny Gates displayed a surprising amount of common sense in caring for the patient. She closed off the door leading to the bedroom and, herding her children into other chambers, insisted that they create no disturbance. An unnatural silence fell upon the little cottage. Now and then Penny heard Mudcat Joe or his wife tiptoe across the kitchen floor, but they did not enter the room where Jerry lay. The only light came from the oil lamp on the dresser, which cast grotesque shadows on the plaster walls. At infrequent intervals Jerry stirred, muttering words which Penny could not understand. She began to wish that Louise would return from White Falls, or that her father would arrive. She had never experienced anything so hard as to sit with hands folded, watching Jerry, her heart leaping into her throat every time he made the slightest movement. Penny had never taken care of anyone who was ill. If only the nurse would come soon to take charge. Presently, she heard a sound outside the window. Someone was walking along the gravel path. It was probably Louise, she thought, although she had not heard the car drive up. Her father could not have had time to reach White Falls. Penny reached over to rearrange the blankets which Jerry's fluttering hands had disturbed. As she sat back again, listening for Louise to enter the house, she became conscious of the sensation of uneasiness. It was as if she could feel unfriendly eyes staring into the room. Penny smiled ruefully, thinking that Jerry's mutterings had unnerved her. Then her glance wandered towards the window, and she stiffened in her chair. An ugly face was peering through the divided panes. Do, 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 do.
Chapter 21.
A visitor from the east. Almost as quickly as Penny became aware of the face, it vanished. Of one detail only she be certain. The person who had looked through the window was a man. A cold chill passed over the girl. The man at the window had been staring, not at herself, but at Jerry, who lay on the bed. Penny ran to the cabin door. No one was in sight. After a moment's hesitation, she went out into the cold night air, quickly walking around the building. The yard was deserted, and the only sound came from the river, where a bullfrog gave a deep-throated clug. Penny glanced sharply about, thinking that the dense bush overhanging the river bank would offer a hiding place for a prowler. Had there been the slightest doubt in her mind that she had seen a face at the window, it was displaced when she found large footprints embedded in the soft earth around the outside of the bedroom wall. Someone connected with those mysterious disappearances at the old mansion may have seen Joe drag Jerry out of the water, she thought. We probably were followed here. More than ever, Penny became convinced that the reporter held the key to the situation, but a key which might never be capable of using. And if Jerry had the power to expose the person who had harmed him, those same persons would try every possible means to prevent him from revealing his knowledge. With another uneasy glance towards the river, Penny retreated to the cottage. Calling Mudcat Joe, she told him of her suspicions that someone might be lurking down along the willows. "I'll have a look around," he said, reaching for his lantern. "Maybe 'twas only Silas Slocum you saw. He's a feller to go on a prowling around at night, taking care of his nets." Mudcat made the rounds, returning to report that he could find no one near the cottage. Penny said no more, taking her post by Jerry's bedside again, but she remained firm in her belief that the prowler had not been Silas Slocum. Later, when Louise came back from White Falls, Penny related the incident. "Is it safe for Jerry to remain here?" Louise asked in alarm. "No," replied Penny, "but until the doctor says he may be moved, we can't do otherwise. At least Jerry should be well guarded. Yes, I mean to talk with Dad about it when he comes. Jerry must have gone through a dreadful experience," Louise murmured. "What do you suppose happened to him?" I wish I knew, Penny answered soberly. I'm wondering if we shall ever know. An hour later, Mr. Parker arrived at the cottage. The sight of Jerry's thin, drawn face caused him to retreat hastily from the bedroom. I'll get the fiends who did this, if it's the last act of my life, he muttered. Has he tried to talk, Penny? I don't believe he realizes what he's saying, she answered. He keeps repeating the words houseboat, and he murmurs something I can't understand about flaming eyes. Penny and Louise both were so weary they felt ready to drop. It was a relief to have Mr. Parker assume full responsibility. He was disappointed that Jerry could not be removed at once to the hospital, but in his usual efficient way, quietly made the best of the situation. A nurse was installed in the cottage, while Mudcat Joe was told to maintain a constant guard over the premise. Penny and Louise felt they could do no more for Jerry, so they rode back to Riverview, arriving only a few hours before dawn. In the morning, the events of the night seemed to have no reality, yet the ache and pain in Penny's body gave positive proof that she had undergone a most unpleasant physical experience. Breakfasting late, she had just finished her orange juice and toast when the doorbell rang. That may be someone with a message about Jerry, she declared to Mrs. Weems. I'll answer. Penny ran to the door, but as she opened it, she saw that the elderly, well-dressed lady who stood there was a stranger. Are you by chance Miss Penelope Parker? Inquired the visitor with a cordial smile. Why, yes. Won't you come in? Thank you. The woman sat down on the davenport, loosening her wraps. I am Mrs. Faraday, she introduced herself. You sent me a telegram, I believe. Why, yes, stammered Penny. Your information alarmed me exceedingly, Miss Parker. I had planned a trip back here for some time. So, when I received your message, I decided to start at once. However, I must confess I had no idea you were so young. Tell me, did you not exaggerate the situation at Old Mansion? Indeed I didn't, Mrs. Faraday. If anything, I kept serious matters from you. Have you talked with the Comstocks or Gregory Kane? No, I came directly here from the railroad station, Miss Faraday replied. Then I should suggest that you go to the Old Mansion at once. Just what is wrong there, Miss Faraday inquired. You speak so seriously. I prefer to have Gregory Kane tell you everything. And who is he? A detective. Now, you do alarm me, said Mrs. Faraday. I had intended to go to White Falls today, Penny told her. If you wish, I'll take you to the Old Mansion. Miss Faraday quickly accepted the invitation, and with a half an hour, she and Penny were motoring towards White Falls. During the ride, the two became very well acquainted, and the girl ventured to ask a question regarding Mrs. Faraday's property holdings in and near the river town. She was not surprised to learn that the shed formerly occupied by the riverman and his family never belonged to Gus Comstock. Why, I'm ashamed of the man for turning a poor family from the place, declared Miss Faraday indignantly. Mr. Comstock has done other things, too, which I fear will never meet with your approval, said Penny. For example, he has been operating the mansion as a tourist house. Indeed, exclaimed Miss Faraday. Well, we shall see about this. Why, my valuable paintings might have been stolen. Penny smiled, for she had her own opinion on Mrs. Faraday's pictures. At Old Mansion, Gus Comstock and his wife were allowed the freedom of the premises, although Gregory Kane, or one of the men, watched them constantly. Such a situation was deeply resented by the couple. They accepted it solely because refusal would mean they would be turned over to the police. As Penny and Mrs. Faraday drove up to the house, the woman remarked that since her absence the river had cut deeply into her rear yard. She was displeased by the run-down appearance of the mansion, mentioning that only the previous year she had sent the Comstocks money to have it painted. "You did the right thing to send for me and to send that telegram, Miss Parker," she declared. "I have been cheated outrageously." Her glance encompassed the Chinese laundry adjoining the mansion. Such an ugly structure. The town never should have allowed the builder to jam it close to my house. It completely ruins the property. "It doesn't improve it," agreed Penny. "However, I imagine you knew the building had been erected." "No, it has been put up since I left White Falls." They entered the house, and there Miss Faraday's indignation mounted to a fever pitch. She wandered from room to room, exclaiming at damage done to her antique furniture. Suddenly she paused before one of the paintings in the library. "Roll up the window shade, please," she requested in a tense voice. Penny obeyed, and the bright sunlight flooded into the room, made the painting look more jaded than ever. Miss Faraday moved a step nearer, running her hand over the canvas. Then she turned to Penny, her eyes flashing. "This is only a crude copy of the original portrait," she demanded. "I have been robbed." Do, 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 do.
Chapter 22.
Sing Lee's laundry. Mrs. Faraday went out from room to room of old mansion, examining the paintings. In the parlor she found one which she declared was an original, but all the others were cheap imitations. "The Comstocks were employed to protect my portraits," she declared bitterly. "This is the way they betrayed my trust." "I don't wonder you were indignant," Penny said. "How valuable were the paintings?" "At a conservative estimate, $30,000. Where are the Comstocks now?" "They should be somewhere in the house," replied Penny. As she spoke, the kitchen door slammed. A moment later, Laura Blair came into the room. "Oh, I'm glad to see you, Penny," she declared. "I was just talking with Gregory Kane outside the house. He tells me there no longer is any need for me to remain here." Penny presented the girl to Mrs. Faraday and then asked quickly, "Laura, what's become of Mr. and Mrs. Comstock?" "Why, they should be in their rooms. I'll run up and see. And please call Mr. Kane," the detective, Mrs. Faraday requested. Within a minute or two, Laura came back downstairs, followed by Gus Comstock and his wife. The couple had no intimidation of what was in store. Entering the parlor, they stopped short. Mrs. Faraday examined Anna Comstock. "You ought to have written us you were coming. Such information would have been a convenience to you, I'm sure," the woman responded grimly. "We've been doing the best we could here," Gus Comstock muttered, avoiding his employer's steady gaze. "Whatever they tell you, it ain't true." "It is unnecessary for anyone to tell me anything, Mr. Comstock. I have a very good pair of eyes. What have you done with my beautiful paintings?" "Your paintings?" stammered Mrs. Comstock. "Why, they're here. I dust 'em every day like you told me to do." "Don't try to pretend," Mrs. Faraday said sternly. "You have sold my original portraits and substituted these cheap, gaudy imitations." "That ain't so," Gus said sullenly. "Then what has become of those pictures?" "We don't know anything about it," the man insisted. "These are the same ones you left here when you went away." Mrs. Faraday had lost all patience with the couple. "Very well," she said. "We will see how far that attitude gets you with the police." "The police?" Mrs. Comstock exclaimed fearfully. "You won't have us arrested?" Before Mrs. Faraday could answer, Gregory Kane, summoned by Laura, came into the room. Penny quickly explained the situation to him. A hard smile played over the detective's lips as he took a paper out of his pocket. "This will add another charge to your growing list, Comstock," he said significantly. "You were slated for arrest anyway." I turned the case over to the police this morning, and they sent out a warrant. I'll have them take you both to the judge." "Don't arrest us," pleaded Mrs. Comstock. "We've been cooperating every way we can." "Sorry," said the detective with a shrug. "You'll have to come along now, unless you prefer to have the police haul you away in a patrol wagon." "No, no, no," Mrs. Comstock cried. "We'll go now." "But it ain't fair. We didn't mean to get into trouble. We only wanted to make a little money." "So you did sell the paintings," interposed the detective. "No, we didn't," snapped Gus. "Come on, let's get started if we have to go." Penny, Laura, and Mrs. Faraday stepped out on the porch as Gregory Kane led Mr. and Mrs. Comstock to the car. They were not the only spectators. Next door, Xing Li, leaning against the laundry building, watched with interested eyes. As Gus was entering the car, he turned and saw the Chinese man. An expression of rage came over his face. He opened his lips as if to make some angry accusation, and then, closing them firmly again, stepped into the automobile. Xing Li smiled, and with a shrug disappeared into the laundry. The car drove away. "Perhaps I was too harsh upon the Comstocks," Miss Faraday commented. "No, you weren't," replied Penny. "As a matter of record, Mr. and Mrs. Comstock are involved in far more serious a matter than the theft of paintings. Since the police had been notified, I may as well take you to room 7 and tell you the entire story." "The door is locked," Laura informed. "But I know where Gus Comstock keeps his master keys. I'll go get them now." Returning with it in a moment later, she led Penny and the visitor upstairs to the bedroom. Mrs. Faraday was horrified when she learned that 3 persons had disappeared while sleeping in the chamber. "Oh, this is shocking," she exclaimed. "Perhaps the police will blame me because I'm the owner of the house." "It's fairly evident you could have had no part in the affairs," Penny smiled. "However, I did hope you might be able to throw light on a mystery. This is the first I have heard about it. I thought perhaps you might know of a secret exit from the room or something of that sort." "Indeed I don't," Mrs. Faraday responded. "Room 7 is just an ordinary bedchamber to the best of my knowledge." Penny unlocked the door and they went inside. Immediately, Miss Faraday's gaze focused upon the 4 massive paintings. "Imitations, I suppose," remarked Penny. "No, they are not even copies. I've never owned anything like that in my life. And to think of placing 4 of them on one wall!" "It's queer to say the least," Penny said. "I wonder." However, she did not reveal the thought which had entered her mind. Mrs. Faraday could contribute nothing to an explanation of the mysterious disappearance from the room, so after a casual inspection, the door was locked once more. Leaving the visitor to chat with Laura, Penny drove on to Mudcat Joe's cottage. There she learned that Jerry Livingston was considerably improved, although his mind was still far from rational. He had recovered consciousness and had taken a little food, but as yet was unable to sit up. Dr. Hornsley had called, stating that by late afternoon the reporter could be moved to a hospital. "Has Jerry talked?" Penny inquired of the nurse as they were together for a moment in the kitchen. "He jabbers constantly, but nothing he says makes sense." "Poor Jerry," sighed Penny. "Would you mind sitting with him for a few minutes while I fix myself a bit of breakfast?" the nurse requested. "Oh, of course. I'll be glad to do that." Penny went into the adjoining room and sat down at the bedside. Jerry lay motionless, but she thought his color seemed improved. His breathing was even now. Penny knew that she should not try to arouse the patient, but she could not refrain from leaning close and whispering, "Jerry, Jerry, do you know me? It's Penny." The reporter's eyes fluttered open, and he gazed at her for a moment with an expression which seemed almost normal. bright Penny," he muttered. The girl could not be sure whether or not he had recognized her. Certainly her words had aroused a chain of association in his crippled mind. She leaned forward and said softly, "Jerry, what happened? Can't you remember? Was it something about a houseboat?" "Houseboat," he repeated thickly. "Moving wall." He began to roll restlessly, and Penny was afraid to ask another question. She was relieved of her duties at the bedside a few minutes later when the nurse came back. After returning to the car, Penny sat there for a while thinking. She dared to hope that Jerry actually had recognized her. He had really been trying to tell her something. A houseboat. A moving wall, she repeated to herself. The two have no connection. Since first she had viewed room 7, Penny had been haunted by a vision of the 4 grotesque portraits which hung on the wall east side of the room. A suspicion constantly lurked in her mind that somehow those paintings had a relation to the mystery. Mrs. Faraday's information that the portraits had never had belonged to her added to that conviction. The photograph which Jerry snapped on the night of the party was of the same wall, Penny reflected. Dad thought the picture had no value, but I'm not so sure myself. She had not forgotten Sing Lee's mysterious visit to the houseboat lying on the Snark River. Perhaps it was true he had gone there to take food to his Chinese friends. Yet it was possible also that prisoners were held in the unlit room of the boat. Penny had made still another observation. She had noticed Gus Comstock bestow a strange look upon Sin Ling only that morning when the man had been taken away to the police station. Gregory Kane had questioned the Chinese man along with Lem Var, but had learned nothing of value. Neither of the men were considered as suspects in the case. It seems to me that an important clue may have been overlooked, mused Penny. The Chinese laundry adjoins room 7 on the east side. I wish I could get inside Sing Lee's place and look around. Second thought convinced her the plan would be foolish. Yet she knew from past experience that Gregory Kane did not consider her ideas of great weight, and while he listened politely enough, he never followed up on any of the clues that she gave him. It would do her no good to tell the detective what was in her mind. Dad might pay some attention, and then again he might not, she thought. I suppose now that the police have been notified, he'll be ready to crack the story wide open before another newspaper gets it. Penny decided to consult her father, and with this in mind, returned at once to White Falls. During her absence from Old Mansion, Laura and Miss Faraday had become well acquainted. Penny offered them a ride to Riverview, but they both declined. I have decided to remain here in White Falls for at least a few days, said Mrs. Faraday. So many things must be done to the house, and then of course the Comstock case will be coming up. I couldn't bear to stay in a house alone, but Miss Blair has agreed to share the adventure with me. Staying in this house is an adventure, agreed Penny. However, I think you'll be safe enough if you keep away from room 7. Leaving Laura and Mrs. Faraday together, she drove back alone to Riverview. At the offices of the Star, she was told that her father had only left a few minutes earlier for White Falls. Strange I missed him on the road, Penny thought in disappointment. Perhaps it was because he drives like the wind. She returned home for luncheon, announcing to Mrs. Weems that she would drive once more to White Falls. Again? Asked the housekeeper. You'll wear out your tires of your car, Penny. I declare, it seems as if you're always going or coming. I must see Dad, Mrs. Weems. Not wishing to make the drive alone, Penny invited Louise to accompany her. 4 o'clock found the girls in White Falls, but disappointed again awaited them there. They were told at the Gates cottage that Mr. Parker and Dr. Hornsley had left less than half an hour earlier, taking Jerry in an ambulance to the hospital. Right after they went, some of them reporter fellers came here, Mudcat Joe revealed. They sure can ask a lot of useless questions. Reporters, Penny asked, alertly. From what paper? Reckon they were from the Times. You don't answer their questions, did you? Sure, I answered 'em, Mudcat grinned. But when they got through, they didn't know more than they did when they started. It's only a matter of time now until the Times says the story, Penny said, looking worried. Oh dear, this case isn't solved, and Dad will miss his scoop. I guess there's nothing we can do, replied Louise. Shall we start back for home again? No, said Penny with a sudden determination. I'm going to try a little stunt of my own, and you must help me, Lou. Do-do-da-do.
Chapter 23.
The Golden Idol. Before revealing her plan, Penny led Louise to the car so that Mudcat Joe would not overhear. She then disclosed her suspicions regarding Sing Lee and announced her determination to investigate the laundry. We'll keep watch of the place, she declared. Sing Lee is bound to leave sooner or later, and we'll slip in and look around. They arrest folks for breaking and entering buildings, Louise said firmly. Your lovely idea does not appeal to me. Oh, we'll take care not to be caught, Lou. You simply have to do it. I just feel we'll discover something if we get inside that place. Think of poor Mr. Harmon and that fellow, Merriman. Not to mention Jerry. We ought to make an effort to trace down every possible clue. Well, Louise wavered, I'd do it only I'm afraid of Sing Lee. He's so sinister looking. And remember that sword? Oh, it had a blunt edge, laughed Penny. We'll be in no danger if we wait until Sing Lee goes out for his evening meal. I'm weak-minded to agree, sighed Louise, but I suppose I'll have to say yes. By this time, Penny's car was a familiar sight in White Falls, and no one paid heed as she parked it directly opposite the Chinese laundry. The girls called at the old mansion, where they chatted with Laura and Mrs. Faraday until dusk. Then they returned to the automobile to take up their vigil. An hour elapsed. Louise skirmished and squirmed uncomfortably in the car seat, complaining that their wait was to be a hopeless one. Probably Sing Lee doesn't leave for the shop for supper, she declared. If he's a true Chinese man, he'll just cook up a boiler of rice in the back room. Lou, you never were cut out for detective work, Penny said good-naturedly. We may have to wait half the night, but we'll finally get in. Louise sighed and slumped down in the seat again. She scarcely glanced towards the shop as the minutes dragged by, but she sat up as she heard Penny say, There, he's turned off the lights. Now he'll be coming out. In a moment, Sing Lee emerged from the front door, locking it behind him. He was seen to place the key on the ledge of the door. Very obliging of him, chuckled Penny. Now we won't need to smash any windows. Sing Lee did not glance towards the car. He walked rapidly down the street and vanished in the darkness. Now is our chance, said Penny. Come along, Lou. He may return any minute. Naturally, we must take a certain risk. While Louise screened her movements by standing in front of her, Penny found the key on the ledge and unlocked the door. Carefully closing it behind them, they entered the gloomy interior of the shop. We don't dare switch on the lights, warned Penny, but I brought a flashlight. It can be seen through the windows, Louise declared. I'll be careful how I use it. Come on, we have no time to lose. In the rear room of the laundry, Penny turned on the flashlight. The yellow beam disclosed nothing unusual about the furnishings. There was a table, 4 chairs, a small stove, an ironing equipment, and half a dozen baskets of laundry. Nothing here, said Louise. Right, agreed Penny. We'll try the basement, if there is one. They found a stairway leading down into a dark, dirty hole. At first glance, they thought they were doomed to further disappointment, for the room was crowded with wash tubs, boilers, and drying machines. I don't know how you expect to find, Louise said, half accusingly, but whatever it is, it can't be here. Wait a minute, replied Penny. Let's make a thorough investigation. She moved about the room, investigating every nook and cranny. Coming up to the gas clothes dryer, she reached up and pulled out one of a huge sliding shelves. Her exclamation of astonishment brought Louise quickly to her side. What is it, Penny? Take a look at this, Lou. She flashed her light into the dryer so that her chum could see. 3 oil paintings stacked neatly together, their frames missing, had been hidden in the machine. 6 additional portraits were discovered in another drawer of the dryer. Well, now we have found something, cried Louise. These are Mrs. Faraday's stolen pictures, Lou. I'm almost certain of it. Shall we take them with us? No, they're too large to carry. We'll have to come back. Sing Lee must have considered himself very clever, Louise said, as the girls hurried up the stairway to the first floor. He knew that if the police did search his place, they wouldn't be apt to look inside any of the drying trays. That Chinese man has been up to a lot worse things than stealing a few paintings, insisted Penny. Now, to get to the second floor. Unless I'm a poor guesser, that's where we'll really find something. How do we reach the second story? Louise asked in bewilderment. I don't see any stairway. There must be a trap in the ceiling. By flashing the beam of her light about the room, Penny finally located the outline of an opening. She recalled having seen a ladder in the basement and hastened to get it. All of this was taking time, Louise warned uneasily. Don't you think we ought to be getting away from here? Penny said no, very emphatically, and placing the ladder in position, cautiously mounted, reaching the top, she pushed against the trap until it easily lifted. Thrusting her head and shoulders through the opening, she shot her flashlight beam around the room. It's a regular Chinese temple, Lou, she called down. Louise hesitated and then, with nervous glance towards the front of the laundry, came up the ladder after her chum. Penny helped her through the trap door. In the arc of the light, Louise saw a strange-looking room richly carpeted with Chinese rugs. There was an altar with 2 carved dragons, a large incense pot, and hanging on the walls, which bore Chinese characters, against the west wall, spaced evenly apart, stood 4 golden Buddhas, impressive but ugly figures. Notice a peculiar odor in the room, Lou? Why, yes, I do. Incense, I suppose. I detected that same odor in room 7 of Old Mansion the night Jerry disappeared, Lou. We're getting at the heart of the mystery. I don't see what you mean, Penny. Look at those 4 Buddhas closely. Yes, what about them? Aren't they spaced exactly the same as the 4 paintings on the east wall of room 7? Why, I believe they are. Penny crossed over to the grotesque figures, which were very nearly her own height. Handing a flashlight to Louise, she ran her fingers over one of the Buddhas. Just as I thought. Her hand had encountered a tiny knob at the side of the figure. Pulling on it, the front of the Buddha swung towards and outward, revealing a hollow interior. Louise, see if you can find the electric light switch, she requested. I must see better. By this time, the girls were so excited over their discovery that they abandoned the last shred of caution. Louise groped about until she located the lights. The room immediately was flooded with a soft amber glow. There, that's better, Penny declared, and it's just as I suspected. Every one of those Buddhas is hollow. I could stand inside. See what I found in this one? Interrupted Louise, her voice tense. From the base of her finger at the extreme left, she lifted a small cloth bag. She shook it and then plunged in her hand and drew forth a mass of sparkling jewels. "Loot taken from Mr. Merriman," cried Penny. "Oh, that Sing Lee was a wicked one, but I'm not just certain how he did it yet." She stepped into the hollow interior of one of the Buddhas and stood there for a moment, her back to Louise. When at last she turned towards her chum, again her voice held a queer tone. "Flaming eyes," she murmured. "What are you saying?" demanded Louise. "Step inside the Buddha and you'll understand." Louise took her place and was amazed to see two small slits cut under the wall, which exactly fit her own eyes. She was able to gaze into room 7 of the old mansion. "No wonder Laura thought the eyes of those portraits seemed alive," Penny said. "They were." Louise emerged from the Buddha. "But why didn't we discover the trick?" she demanded. "I understand that Sing Lee could stand here and see exactly what was going on in room 7, but why did we never notice the slits in the painting?" "Because Sing Lee took care of that little detail. If you will step back into the Buddha again, you'll notice a pair of painted eyes hanging on a little peg. They were in place, but I removed them." "You mean Sing Lee fitted canvas eyes into the painting during the daytime, and then, when he wished to use it as a peeping hole, simply removed them?" "That's just what I mean to do. Notice the light bulb in the Buddha?" "Yes. What significance does it have?" "I'm not sure, but I believe the light coming from below that way would produce the effect of flaming eyes when viewed at night in a dark room." "But how did Sing Lee get Mr. Merriman's jewels and the paintings? Don't try to tell me he kidnapped 3 men through these tiny slits in the canvas." "No," said Penny, "but the flaming eyes were part of the scheme. Unless I'm mistaken, we'll find evidence." She broke off, for both girls had heard a scraping sound as if someone had moved the ladder at the foot of the trap door. "Someone's coming," Penny whispered. "It's probably Sing Lee." She turned out the light, and they searched frantically for a hiding place. "Back of the altar," ordered Penny. "It's our one chance." Do, 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 do.
Chapter 24.
Trapped. Scarcely had the girls crouched down out of sight behind the altar when a beam of light shot up on the ceiling above the trap door. Then a head was thrust cautiously through the opening. By the beam from the electric torch, Penny and Louise saw Sing Lee, a revolver gripped in his hand, climb nimbly into the room. Behind him were 3 other Chinese men, squat little fellows with ugly, cruel faces. Penny could feel her chum trembling beside her, while her own heart was beating fast. The ladder leading up to the loft would be a complete giveaway. They had practically no chance to elude capture. "Whoever here, come out quick, or Sing Lee shoot," commanded the laundryman. Penny and Louise did not stir. However, the Chinese man began a systematic search of the room, and in a moment they were discovered. Determined not to submit without a struggle, Penny jerked free from Sing Lee and made a quick dash for the trap door. She swung her own feet down on the ladder and at the same time screaming loudly for help. Before she could descend, one of the Chinese men seized her roughly by the shoulders and clapped his hand over her mouth. She was hauled back into the room. Louise, too, received rough treatment. Let me go," she cried, striking and scratching at her captor. Working silently and effectively, Sing Lee bound the girl's arms behind her, trussed her feet, and inserted a gag in her mouth. Penny was treated in a similar fashion, save that it required 2 Chinese men to subdue her. "Young ladies learn too much," remarked Sing Lee with a grim, "most unfortunate Sing Lee regrets they now pay for knowledge." Turning to his 3 companions, he spoke rapidly in Chinese. Penny felt certain that the conversation pertained to a proposed flight for immediately the men began to ransack the room. The bag of jewels was removed from the golden idol, and other articles of value connected with the altar were hastily dumped into a sack. Then, with a last glance about the room, Sing Lee made a mock bow to the girls who lay bound and gagged on the floor. "Young ladies, be comfortable here, maybe," he said with an evil leer. "Sing Lee hope you not get too warm." The 4 Chinese men descended from the loft, Sing Lee closing the trap door behind him. Penny and Louise heard the ladder being moved out of position. Then they were left in the darkness and silence. Both girls well realized the seriousness of their plight. They had told no one of their plan to visit Sing Lee's laundry. Laura and Miss Faraday were at old mansion next door, yet they would have no suspicion that anything was wrong, for they had naturally assumed that the girls were returning to Riverview. Penny felt sick at heart to realize that Sing Lee and his henchmen would escape with Miss Faraday's stolen paintings and the jewels. Now, due to her blundering, it might never be known what had become of the 2 missing men, Mr. Harmon and Mr. Merriman. Not for a moment did she doubt that the Chinese men had been responsible for their disappearance, but she did not fully understand how he had accomplished his evil deeds. She had noticed an odd collection of levers and machinery behind the altar when she had crouched there. Undoubtedly, it played some part in Sing Lee's scheme. Penny squirmed uncomfortably, testing the strength of her fetters. The Chinese had done their work well. The cords about their wrist had been tied so tightly she could not hope to loosen them. Then there was slightly a little more play in the thongs about her ankles. By long and hard work, she might be able to get her feet loose and hobble a few steps. Hope suddenly stirred within Penny. She could roll over to the wall. She might be able to pound it with her feet. It was possible that Laura and Mrs. Faraday would hear the sound. Louise watched her chum with puzzled eyes, but when Penny had rolled into position and began beating a rapid tattoo on the west wall, she caught the idea. She pulled herself close to Penny, and they kicked with their feet in unison. Very quickly, the girls grew weary and discouraged. There was no response to their signals. They recalled their advice to Mrs. Faraday and Laura, warning them not to go near room 7, even if the sounds were heard. The couple likely would be too frightened to investigate. Resting from her vigorous efforts, Penny became aware of an unusual odor in the room. Smoke! Suddenly, Sing Lee's words came back to her. His sneering remark that he'd hoped that she would not be too warm. Then the building had been fired. A wisp of smoke filtered up through the crack along the trap door. In a few minutes, the entire laundry would be an inferno. Louise, too, had become aware of danger. She rolled over and moaned. Fear drove Penny to make one desperate attempt to draw the attention to their plight. First pulling herself into sitting position, she wriggled into her knees and then stood up, balancing herself against the wall. An inch at a time she hobbled to the window which overlooked the river. Far below she could see the murky cobalt flowing tranquilly beneath the stars. No hope, no hope, thought Penny. And there her heart leapt as she distinguished the black outline of a rowboat floating close behind the building. It was Mudcat Joe. She was almost certain, but could she attract his attention? Penny tried butting the window pane goat fashion, but the noise did not cause the riverman to glance up. The boat was slowly drifting away. In desperation, the girl turned with a sudden movement, swung her back and shoulder hard against the glass. It shattered, and she heard the broken pieces splash as they fell into the river. Penny leaned slightly forward through the opening. She could see Mudcat Joe, and she believed that he had observed her. He looked upward and shouted, "What's wrong up there?" Penny could not answer, but she saw that Mudcat realized something was amiss. Then apparently he smelled smoke, for he shot his boat to the landing, crying loudly, "Fire! Fire!" Penny collapsed weakly on the floor, but she had done everything within her power and now could only wait and pray for rescue. Did Mudcat Joe understand that someone was imprisoned in the loft? And would he know where to find the ladder and reach the trap door? Tormenting questions. Each moment the smoke became heavier, making breathing more difficult. Soon it would be impossible for anyone to reach the loft. Penny's fate and that of Louise rested in the hands of Mudcat Joe. Da-do-da-do.
Chapter 25.
Mudcat to the rescue. Hours seemed to elapse as the girls lay in the smoke-filled loft, and then, when hope had deserted them, they heard men's voices. "Get the hose running, boys! Someone bring a ladder! Mudcat says he saw someone upstairs." Penny and Louise thrilled to the words. Rescue was at hand. A moment later the trap door shot up, and Mudcat Joe thrust his head and shoulders through the square opening. "Well, I'll be doggoned," he said, and calling loudly for help from below, rushed to Penny and began working on her bonds. She was soon free, and they both turned to aid Louise. "Oh, I hope they can save the laundry," Penny gasped. "There's so much evidence here against Sim Lee. It shouldn't be destroyed." Mudcat Joe hustled the two girls down the ladder into the arms of the waiting firefighters. They were led outside where the cool night air came as a welcome relief to their lungs. Fire was shooting from the lower windows, but it did not appear to have a big start, and there was no wind. The town bell clanged continuously, summoning the volunteer firefighters to the scene. Miss Faraday and Laura came running from the old mansion, but before Penny could speak to them, she saw an automobile draw up at the curb. "Why, there's Dad!" she exclaimed to Louise, and ran across the street. "Penny," he cried, "this building must be saved. I've learned that Sing Lee is just one behind everything. Valuable evidence we found in that laundry." "You're telling me," laughed Penny. Having no suspicion that his daughter had just escaped death, Mr. Parker and his companion, Gregory Kane, jumped from the car and ran to help the firefighters. However, their services were really not required, and in a few minutes they came back, satisfied that the blaze was under control. "Dad, how did you learn about Sing Lee?" Penny asked. "From Jerry," replied her father. "Greg and I just came from the hospital." "Is he better?" "Yes, rational again. He told us what happened. It's a frantic story, and fascinating, and it may not be true in every particular, although Jerry seemed to realize what he was saying. After tonight, I'd believe anything," declared Penny. "Jerry learned everything while he was being held as a prisoner. Sing Lee induced Gus Comstock to go in with him on a scheme to steal Miss Faraday's paintings. His wife, however, had nothing to do with the plot, although she realized what was afoot when cheap paintings were substituted for the originals. It was a crude scheme. From Gus Comstock's standpoint, yes. But he was a weak character, and he felt confident Mrs. Faraday would never return to discover the deception. Of course, unwittingly, Comstock played into Sing Lee's hands. By threatening him with exposure, Gus could be induced to agree to anything. Then, he had a part in those mysterious disappearances? No active part, Jerry says, but he had a good idea of what had occurred. You see, Sing Lee placed 4 portraits in the room 7 against the wall. "I could tell you something about those pictures," Penny said, but her father did not notice the interruption. "This is the part I can't believe," Mr. Parker went on. "I fear Jerry is still a bit mixed up. Anyway, he claims that after he retired to room 7 that night of the party, all was quiet for nearly 2 hours. He was just dozing when a noise drew his attention towards the painting on the east wall. At the same time, he became conscious of an overpowering perfume in the room. Then the eyes of those paintings 4 pairs of them focused upon him. The way Jerry described it, it made the chills run down his spine. Then what happened, Dad? Jerry believed that the incense produced an overpowering sense of fear in the victims. In any case, the sight of those eyes staring at him was terrifying enough. He snapped a photograph and moved to the door. It was locked, probably from some trick mechanism. Jerry declares definitely that he had not locked it himself. By this time he was pretty well worked up. He tried to shout but couldn't utter a word. The incense kept pouring into the room, but those burning eyes from the portraits all focused on him. Then a panel in the south wall slid open. Jerry said he didn't seem to have control of his own body. His one thought was to escape from the room. In terror, he fled through the opening. "And dropped straight into the river," said Penny. "Yes, the cold plunge brought him to his senses. But before he could start to swim, a motorboat came alongside, and he was hauled in by a Chinese man. Jerry was robbed of his watch and ring and taken downstream to a houseboat." "A houseboat!" exclaimed Penny. "Then Louise and I really found the hideout and didn't realize it." Jerry was imprisoned along with 2 other men, Harmon and Merriman. He learned their stories. Merriman had been robbed of his jewels, while Harmon was being kept there to prevent him from disclosing his knowledge. That was why Sing Lee captured Jerry too, having learned that he was a reporter he feared exposure. Why didn't Sing Lee simply take his loot and disappear? His tongmen, there are some 8 or 10 involved in the plot, were greedy for more money. They brought pressure on Sing Lee to keep up the little game a week longer. How did Jerry escape? He managed to get away when one of his captors brought food. Merriman and Harmon helped him to overpower the man, and Jerry jumped overboard, but not before he had been struck on the head. You know the rest of the story. He'd never have reached land if Mudcat Joe's boat hadn't been handy to pick him up. Before Mr. Parker could say more, Laura Blair hurried up. "Oh, Penny," she said, "you had such a narrow escape from death." Mr. Parker turned to stare at his daughter, bewildered by the remark. "Oh, Louise, I had a little adventure with Sing Lee," Penny laughed. She related the story and told of their findings in the basement of the laundry and in the temple. The machinery behind the altar must have served to move the wall panel, she declared. "Oh, Sing Lee was a very wicked and very clever man. I'm afraid he's escaped with all the loot and we will never see him again." "There's a good chance he'll be caught," Mr. Parker insisted. "The police have sent a squad to search for a houseboat where Merriman and Harmon are still imprisoned. They may be able to surprise Sing Lee there." "If the houseboat can be located," Penny added, "it has a tricky little habit of vanishing at inconvenient moments." Jerry said it hid out in the narrow river most of the time, venturing on the Cobalt only occasionally. But he was kept blindfolded and couldn't definitely identify the stream. "I'm sure it was the Snark River," Penny exclaimed. "That's where Louise and I saw the boat." "Then the police will never find it because they didn't start for the Snark River," Mr. Parker cried. "Where's Greg?" Well, we'll organize our own searching party." By the time the fire was well under control and any number of men, incensed because of Sing Lee had left the girls in the burning building, were eager to track him down. Mr. Parker and the detective hastily loaded the volunteers into a car. Penny and Louise crowded in beside Mr. Parker to lead the way to the Snark River. Presently abandoning the automobiles, the searching party took it to the woods. Drawing close to the river, Gregory Kane assumed command of the situation, instructing the men to move quietly and to be careful in any use of firearms. There was no sign of the houseboat when they reached the banks of the Snark, so the party broke into 2 groups. Mr. Parker led some of the men upstream, while others walked towards the mouth of the river. Penny and Louise remained with Mudcat Joe and Mr. Parker. They had gone only a short distance when a low-spoken command for silence was given. From far up the stream could be heard the muffled beat of an engine. "That may be the houseboat coming," Mr. Parker warned. "Spread out, men, along the banks where the stream is narrow. If I fire a shot, leap aboard her." Scarcely had the men hidden themselves in the brush when the boat chugged slowly into view. "Doggone if it ain't my missing boat," Mudcat Joe muttered. "Just give me a chance, Adam Chunks. Just give me a chance, them, and I'll get those men." A shot rang out as the houseboat grated softly against the river bank. A dozen men sprang aboard, and those who did not have revolvers had armed themselves with big sticks. Mudcat Joe wielded his club with deadly intent, determined to avenge himself upon the persons who had robbed him of his houseboat. He felled 2 Chinese men neatly, and was sadly disappointed when the others took refuge and pleaded for mercy. Sing Lee alone made an attempt to escape by trying to shoot his way out of the cabin. He was quickly overpowered. The sound of firing brought Gregory Kane, who provided handcuffs for all the robbers. A key taken from Sing Lee opened the padlocked inner door of the houseboat, and there, crudely trussed, lay 2 prisoners, Mr. Merriman and his friend Frank Harmon. They were rushed at once to the hospital, although their condition did not appear to be critical. Gregory Kane took charge of Sing Lee and his henchmen and assumed responsibility for the loot found on the boat. In addition to the jewels stolen from Merriman, Mrs. Faraday's paintings were recovered undamaged, and there likewise was a box of gold coins which had been counted, totaled nearly $10,000. "Them no-count thieves sure banged up River Queen a plenty," Mudcat Joe declared as he inspected his new-found property. "But I can fix her up again as good as new. I sure am much obliged to you, miss, for leading me to her." "And I'm grateful to you for saving my life," replied Penny. Mr. Parker echoed those words, adding empathetically, "You'll certainly hear from me within a few days, Joe. Right now, I must get back to Riverview. This is a big story, and I want to freeze it in type before the Time learns what happened up here." "May I help?" Penny asked. "I'm depending upon you to write an account of everything you found in Sing Lee's laundry. Make it thorough, even the dirty shirts?" Ignoring the quip, Mr. Parker said tersely, "We must step 2. Time is precious." Penny's recollection of the fast ride back to Riverview always remained a trifle blurred. Her thoughts centered upon the story she was to write. She mentally blocked out the lead so that she would be ready to dash it off, and a moment she slid into the typewriter chair. They reached the newspaper office where members of the editorial staff were enjoying a brief rest between editions. "We're putting out an extra," tersely informed Mr. Parker. "Hammond and Merriman have been found. The whole case is cleaned up. A banner for the front page, DeWitt, and make it a triple-decker across all of the columns. I'll handle the main story myself. Right column with a break on page 2. Penny's story will take the left column. Can you handle that much?" "Easily," she replied. "Dig up that flashlight photograph of the portraits in the room 7. We'll run it on page 1. We'll also need pictures of Mudcat Joe's houseboat, Old Mansion, and Sing Lee's gang. But they can catch the second edition. The thing now is to get those things to the presses and get the presses rolling." Penny vanished into her father's office and sat down at the typewriter. A story seemed to write itself. Words, sentences, paragraphs flowed from her mind and transferred themselves to the paper. She was only vaguely aware as the city editor, in showing her father a dummy for the front page, peered over her shoulder to read what she had written. "Great stuff," he praised. "Keep it up." Penny filled 5 sheets of copy paper and then sat back in her chair satisfied she had done her task well. "The presses are all ready to roll," Mr. Parker grinned. "Once they start, nothing can stop them." Like an excited schoolboy, he paced the floor and could not relax until the first issue of the paper was placed in his hand. Peering over her father's shoulder, Penny felt a thrill of pride as she saw her own name signed to the story she had just written. "It's a beautiful layout, every bit of it," declared Mr. Parker. "You took care of your part like a veteran, Penny." "I wish Jerry could see that story," she said wistfully. "There's no reason why he can't," exclaimed Mr. Parker, taken by the idea. "We'll show it to him." As they went out of the building, newsboys were crying the Star's latest scoop. The headlines were music to Penny's ears. In the car, driving towards the hospital, she slumped down against her father's shoulder, happy but very tired. "Everything turned out beautifully," she sighed. "You achieved your scoop, Mudcat Joe recovered his houseboat, and Jerry will get well." "Yes, the breaks did come our way, Penny. I suppose Sing Lee will be sent to prison. Undoubtedly, Gus Comstock may have to serve a sentence too, but his wife should get off lightly." "Well, I'm rather glad of that, even if I never liked her. I wondered what will become of Laura. Maybe I can find a job for her, but I fear she'll never make a newspaper reporter." "No," agreed Penny. "The work would kill a stronger person than Laura." As it later developed, there was no need for anyone to worry over her future. Laura had made a deep impression upon Mrs. Faraday, with the result that when she returned east, she took the girl with her to serve as a secretary and companion. Mr. Parker and Penny arrived at the hospital too late for the usual visiting hours, but they were allowed to see Jerry. The young reporter, still pale and weak, had raised himself to a half-sitting posture. He appeared to be listening intently to some far-off sound, and returned his visitor's greeting in perfunctory fashion. "Listen," he said, "I thought I heard the boys crying an extra." "You did," Mr. Parker answered, "and here is the copy of it." He spread the edition on the bed. Jerry read eagerly such comments as, "Great stuff! What a scoop!" falling from his lips. "How do you like Penny's story?" Mr. Parker inquired when Jerry had finished. "It's the tops, Chief, absolutely the tops." The young reporter turned towards the girl. "Penny, let me congratulate you, just as one reporter to another." "So you think I'm a reporter?" Penny countered. "I think it. I know it. You're a full-fledged news hawk." "You mean a hawkling?" Penny replied, to take some of the edge off the praise. But just the same, she was secretly elated because she knew the young man was not given to flattery. With him, the words of his mouth and the meditation of his heart were identical, and Jerry Livingston had stamped her as a good reporter. That was the best reward of all. The end. Nighty-night, Snooky Ookums.